Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 15 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 15-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 10 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 10-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 5 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 5-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 2 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 2-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 1 minute from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 1-minute time check, stations.
on the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield. This is Hawkeye Baseball. Iowa Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Bud Light, proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Hy-Vee, score big savings with a Hy-Vee Perks membership. Iowa Corn. You might think Iowa just grows corn, but the truth is corn grows Iowa. Brought to you by Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. Also brought to you by Oak Knoll Retirement Community, Travel Leaders, Destinations Unlimited, the official travel partner of the Hawkeyes, and by University of Iowa Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Hawkeye Baseball is on the air.
From the campus of Northwestern University, it's time for Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Live from Rocky and Bernice Miller Park in Evanston, it's the series opener between the Northwestern Wildcats and the Iowa Hawkeyes. Good afternoon and welcome to the broadcast booth in Evanston. Absent my color analyst John Evans, I'm John Leo. The final road conference series of this road trip and the midpoint of league play is upon us. Iowa enters on a 4-game winning streak, winners of 10 of 11 and 13 of the last 15. The Hawks are heating up. Iowa has picked up back-to-back series sweeps of Big Ten opponents, taking care of Ohio State and Minnesota recently. Today begins a 3-game set against Northwestern, who is 13-13. They are 5-4 in the Big Ten. The Wildcats are much improved this season with series wins over Illinois and at Maryland last weekend. Trent Liolis is a slugger for the Wildcats, leading the Big Ten in home runs with 13 and also slugging percentage at .864. Sounds like the Wildcats might be going with a midweek pitching approach today against Iowa. Cade Obermuller will start on the mound for the Hawkeyes after a career-high strikeout performance against Minnesota. The Hawkeyes have experienced success against Northwestern in recent years, winning 5 of the last 6 meetings. But it's a cloudy and chilly day in Evanston as we get set for today's series opener. It's the Wildcats and the Hawkeyes, Northwestern and Iowa, live from Miller Park with first pitch coming in a bit. Iowa at 18-9 on the season, picked up a road midweek victory over Bradley, run-ruling the Braves 13-3 in 7 innings on Tuesday night. Let's hear some of the highlights from Peoria. And here's the 0-2. Swing and a miss, 94. He threw it by Atkinson. Back-to-back strikeouts for Tyler. Iowa leading Bradley 5-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. The pitch from Guerin. Swing and a miss. He got a big-time strikeout. The third of the inning for Guerin. Solano's next pitch. Gable lines into left field. Down for a base hit. 1 run is in. Sending another around third for a 2 RBI single for Gable Mitchell. Caleb Wolf, Jackson Frost, they score. It is 7-3 Hawks. Pitch to Risley. Line drive, base hit into left field. Swales scores. Mitchell's around third. He'll score. Throw comes into third base. Not in time as Moore gets there. And Risley brings home a couple more with a double to left. First pitch to Rogers is hit well to right center field. It's a gapper and it's down. Past the right fielder, it'll get all the way to the wall. Risley, he's trucking around third. He'll sprint home. Rogers headed for third himself. The throw is late. It is an RBI triple from Dan Rogers into the right center gap. 11-3 Hawks. 11 RBIs on the season for Schulte. He swings and hits this high and deep to left field. Get going, baby. It is gone. Schulte, a no-doubter to left field. Crushed by Cooper. And it's 13-3 in the top of the 7th. Dete tosses the ball from his glove to his bare hand. Looks in for the sign. He's got it. Now he comes set with the 1-2. Here it is. Strike 3 called. Outer corner. For the third out, Dete freezes Durbin, and that's a Hawkeye winner. Iowa takes care of business 13-3 over Bradley in Peoria this evening. The Hawkeyes improved to 18-9 overall, And we'll meet Northwestern today. 13-13 are the Wildcats with a 5-4 Big Ten record. Iowa sits atop the league at 10-2. Pitching matchup today, Cade Obermuller versus Cole Mascot of the Wildcats. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll chat with Hawkeye infielder Ben Swales. Right after this, this is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, or just needs someone to listen, 988 provides a direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org.
Whether you're traveling for business, pleasure, sports, or with one of our guided tours, our team of travel experts at Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited will ensure you have a memorable, worry-free experience. Let our professional travel advisors with extensive travel experience and destination knowledge handle your every travel need. Family-owned and operated, Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited has been serving the Hawkeye community for many years, receiving the Agency of Choice Award several times. Make your travels easy with Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited at duagency.com.
Brown Deer Golf Club offers a pure golf experience. Manicured bent grass fairways with tees and greens carved into gracefully rolling landscape. Challenging, yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. Treat yourself to Bunker's Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic Greenview Banquet Room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brown Deer Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
Cancer doesn't care. It doesn't care what you look like, how old you are, what you do, or where you live. We do. University of Iowa Healthcare is doing more to beat cancer than anyone in the state. From second opinions to life-saving treatments that happen here first. We lead the way in research, training, and care because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
Welcome back to pregame coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball. Today, the series opener with the Northwestern Wildcats in Evanston. We're joined by Hawkeye infielder Ben Swales. Ben, thanks for coming on today.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
All right, back-to-back sweeps in the conference for the Hawkeyes right now. Really rolling 10-2 in the Big Ten, tied for the lead in the league. What are some things that you've noticed about this year's team that have put you in position to be near the top of the conference?
Yeah, we know our offensively, we know if we get rolling, we play to our ability. There's very few teams in the country that can keep up with us. And then same thing with our pitching staff too. When they're rolling and they're dicing people, I mean, it's kind of hard to keep up with them. And all three of our starters are very good and can go the distance if they need to. So, and then bullpen's always ready to back them up. So I think we're doing a really good job recently of putting it all together and playing well baseball.
A couple bumps in the road early in the season, and I remember Coach talking to the team and saying, hey, we just got to stick with it. We have to identify who we are as a team, and boy, that's really come together now. If you had to say a couple of the strengths of the team over the past couple weeks, I guess, aside from what you see on the field where, hey, we're scoring enough runs and we're holding teams off the score, but aside from that, maybe the chemistry of this team, how hard you're working together.
Yeah, after those few bumps in the road, we always had we pulled each other in team discussion on the bus after the games, and we had talks with ourselves and what we needed to do better, what we needed to improve. And I just think we've bounced back from that really nicely and came together as a team. And our chemistry has been really nice, as you said. And, yeah, we're just playing good baseball.
Coach has talked about improving every day. And in the grind of the Big Ten and a long season of 50-plus games, what are the challenges of locking in every single day to make sure that, hey, yeah, we are getting better, even when the times are good?
Yeah. We're going to have long days. Like, we played 2 doubleheaders already. We just got to focus on locking in practice, no matter what kind of practice it is. But, yeah, just getting our recovery in after the games, after the long days, and make sure we're getting our work in, make sure we're getting 1% better every single day. And, yeah, I just think we've done a pretty good job of that recently, and it's showing off.
Individually, how would you assess your play so far this year?
I think I'm playing pretty well. I mean, I'm not going to brag about myself or anything, but I'm just doing my thing in the lineup, and I'm seeing the ball pretty well right now, and I'm playing good defense, and I'm just doing my one night to help the team win.
And you've been outstanding at that. Offensively, Ben, you're top 10 in the Big Ten right now with a batting average in the 370s. And then with all that being said, you're the 9-hitter, but that doesn't mean much, does it?
No.
You reset the table. You make this lineup even longer.
Yeah. Like I told Coach in one of the individual weekend meetings, like, I don't care if I'm hitting 9, hitting last, or wherever I'm hitting, playing, wherever in the field. I'm just going to go out there and play my hardest and do what I can to help put runs on the board.
Do you think the team has adopted that mentality where, hey, Coach, I don't really care where you've got me, where I'm hitting, where I'm playing, but whatever we got to do to win, right?
Yeah. We got a couple guys in the lineup that don't necessarily start every single day, but come in, pinch hit, defensive replacement that do a really good job and keep their head up. And we got a lot of capable guys on the team that because Coach Heller can only put 9 guys on the field, and that next step mentality has really been working for us this year. And we had guys like Cooper Schultes playing in coming in the game late in the game and hitting well. And
right.
It's working out pretty well for us.
You've settled in defensively at second base, Ben. Did you play there in high school, or how's that adjustment, that transition going?
I did not play second base in high school. Actually, I've never played second base in my life before coming in this year. I've always been third base or occasional shortstop, but I've been working pretty hard at it in practice and asking questions to Gable. Gable played second base all last year, and he's been keeping me under his wing pretty nicely, and I think I've settled in pretty nicely with that position. Mitch
Bowe was a former infielder, too. Talk about his coaching style, how he works with you as an infielder.
Yeah, we don't necessarily get a lot of work at him because he's more with the outfielders, but I know if I ever have a question outside of Coach Heller, I could always go to him because he played several years at second base here. So, and he was also my assistant coach in high school my sophomore year. So
okay.
I know I can always go to him if I need help. So.
How's that relationship now in college compared to how it was in high school? How's that look?
It's awesome. It's awesome. When I heard he was going to join the coaching staff my freshman year, I was pumped because he was one of my favorite coaches in high school. And being a former player like that, you always look up to them in high school. So it was really nice to have him on the coaching staff, and he's done a really good job here. One of the things that John and I like to look for up from the broadcast booth, and as we get to travel with you guys throughout the year, is the leadership. You know, who's the leader on this team? How would you assess your leadership skills so far this season now that you've stepped into a starting role?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely some of the leaders on this team. Obviously Gable. Andy's his 5th year. He's doing a really good job, and I think there's no one distinct leader on the team. I think everyone's doing a pretty good job of chiming in, and I think that's exactly what we need because everyone's had their experience, and we have some young guys on the team like Jason Frost, and we did a really good job with him, and I think overall team leadership has been nice lately.
All right, Ben, good stuff. Good luck today against Northwestern.
Yeah,
Thanks for your time.
Thank you for having me.
Ben Swales, infielder for the Iowa Hawkeyes on our pregame show here in Evanston. We'll talk with Coach Heller right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Different people have different needs. Delta Dental of Iowa has affordable dental and vision coverage that meets you where you are. Small business on a budget? We have options with no employer costs. Traditional Medicare plans don't cover dental, but we do. And if you can't get benefits at work, you can buy direct from us. Plus, we give back to your community. Visit sharinghealthysmiles.com and choose Delta Dental. For your smile, for your health, for your community.
Iowa Hawkeyes women's basketball forward Hannah Stuelke teamed up with 22 and Vine at Riverside Casino and Golf Resort to bring you an exclusive creation, the Hamburger. This mouthwatering masterpiece features 2 delicious sausage and beef patties with crispy bacon jam, melted American cheese, and a perfectly fried egg, all nestled on a French toast caramelized brioche bun. Experience the Hamburger today, available only at 22 and Vine. It's a game changer.
What does it mean to be locally owned and operated? For Cenex, it means everything. It means that we know if you take your coffee to go or if you like to stay a while. It means we've helped Little Leagues get jerseys and local festivals get funding. It means we know what our communities need. So you'll always leave Cenex with a full tank, full of snacks, or full of smiles. Or all of the above. And that means the world to us. Cenex, powered locally.
Across Iowa, you don't have to look far to find a bank that's got your back. From just around the corner to the next town over, hundreds of neighborhood banks are going the distance to ensure your future looks brighter than ever. By providing jobs, supporting local businesses, strengthening communities, and helping your dreams become reality. Here, the life you build is backed by Iowa banks. See how banks are making a difference near you at iowabankers.com.
Welcome back to pregame coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball. Today, the series opener against the Northwestern Wildcats here in Evanston. We're joined by head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller. Coach, a good win over Bradley in the midweek.
Yeah, much improved over the Tuesday before, and that's what we were hoping for. It wasn't as clean as you would like, but Bradley had a rough night, and we were able to take advantage of a lot of free bases, and there was a lot of good things. We still walked too many, but we avoided the big inning. It was kind of like a guy come in, get an out, walk a guy, then get 2 outs. I mean, you don't like to see it, but, it was a miserable night, as you well know, cold and really cold and windy. And but, for the most part, after the third inning, we don't give up a run and get out of there with 10-run rule and come home. We were a little sloppy, a couple things defensively, but for the most part, it was a much improved Tuesday on the road compared to the week before, and we'll take that.
If you zoom out a little bit, Coach, on your team right now, what are the things that you think your team's doing really well, generally speaking?
We're playing hard every day. We're giving the effort that's needed. We're also competing really hard. We're given the effort with the right kind of focus, with a process approach where it's high-level focus without pressuring. Mm-hmm. And that's what you strive for in baseball, to be able to play confident and almost loose, but still have elite-level focus and competitiveness. And that's kind of the elusive formula that you're always looking for. And we've been in that place for a while now. Our hitters have been in a really good spot as far as dominating the zone, pitch selection, laying off edge pitches, doing damage on pitches over the white part of the plate. About as well as you could possibly do it, and we've done it with a lot of guys, not just the starters even, 12 guys, 13 guys who have been in a really good place. The walks to strikeouts, walks hit by pitches are more than strikeouts less, 10, 12, 14 games. That's always a goal, but it's one that you don't achieve very often, and we're in that place right now. And then pitching-wise, I'd like to see us, be a little bit more consistent with our bullpen, kind of knowing what you're going to get. It's been a little edgy with the walks at times, and hoping to clean that up. We were a little bit better than we were obviously on Tuesday the night before, and chalk that up to a blip in the radar. But we had that some guys that came in the third game at Minnesota and saying it was the same story. Couldn't find strike zone, and there's no defense for that, and that can't happen. And so I'm hoping. The challenge was this week was to clean up a lot of things. Things are going well from a results standpoint. Like you heard me talk this morning to the team. But our focus is on getting better. Our focus is on improving this week. So what that means to me as the head coach is, even though we've been winning the game, we've been too sloppy on the mound. We've been too sloppy on our defense. We need to be better at the short game. We need to be better at some execution things offensively, and that's what our goal is this week, to be the best version of ourselves and continue to improve. And if we want to continue to compete for a championship, then those things need to improve, and they need to improve this week. They need to improve next week, the week after, so that we're peaking and playing our best baseball at the right time. But just keeping our mind in the growth mindset and the improvement mindset, not worrying about the weather, not worrying about who we're playing, where we're at. We're just trying to be the best version of ourselves, and we've done a really nice job of that the last 18 games, really, and hopefully it continues this weekend and you see some of that stuff clean up.
As we talk about Northwestern a little bit now, Coach, I was a little bit surprised to see their starting pitcher today. Not very many innings pitched, pretty high ERA. Doesn't seem like a typical Friday guy for the Wildcats today.
Well, their pitching situation isn't great. They've got really 4 or 5 arms that they trust, and they try to piecemeal games together. I think what you'll see, John, is this guy's got really good stuff, but he's walked a ton of guys, and who knows? I mean, if he's on, we've both seen that where the guy that can't throw a strike is all of a sudden pounding the strike zone against you, and he's a stuff guy. I mean, he's just trying to eat innings. They had a situation happen last weekend where they found out they were going to lose one of their better guys for the rest of the season, and so they're kind of juggling around that. I think what they're thinking is with Cade on the mound, see how he does. If Cade's having a good game and we're putting runs on the board, they're going to not bring in some of their better relievers and then go after game 2 and 3 with guns blazing. Because really, to me, like their best guy tomorrow is going to be tomorrow on Saturday. Their best command guy, their best pitchability guy is going to go tomorrow. Heavy mix that he throws for strikes. And today, it's kind of a dice roll. Throw the stuff guy, see what happens. Maybe he eats a couple innings, maybe doesn't. But if we can stay in the game till the 5th or 6th or something crazy happens and we have a lead, then boom, they'll go to their good guys in the pen and try to win it today, the second half of the game.
So early key for us, jump on them early.
Yeah, jump on them early. I guess, watching the scout and who we're going to face, the key is not chasing early. Let him hang himself. He's walked 8 or 9 guys in 2 innings. I mean, make him throw strikes. He doesn't hit very often with his breaking ball. If he does hit, just live with the plan. He'll land 1, land 2, but he's like 3 for 20 so far this season. So unless it's just one of those odd days, John, then we have to play the smart game early, and then when we do get guys on, not let them off the hook. Do damage once we get him on the ropes if he's going to give us free bases. But that's going to be the plan starting out, and we'll just have to play it as the game goes.
I've always felt, from my perspective as a broadcaster, that it seems harder to see a new pitcher every 2 innings, every inning. It's hard to get into a rhythm, into a flow offensively. Would you agree with that, or what's your take on that?
There's no question. Which is why you'll never see another major league hitter hit 400. And why the strike, not completely the only reason, but one of the big reasons why you see so many strikeouts in the major leagues. I mean, the stuff has obviously improved, and the philosophy has changed a little with trying to hit for power. But like before Pete Rose passed away, he was like, when I played, you saw the guy 4 times, 5 times. You don't see a guy in the major leagues now more than 2 or 3 times. You get a fresh arm, boom, you get a fresh arm. The analytics tell you, even the best of the best in the major leagues probably shouldn't go 3 times through the lineup if you can. Now, there are a few that do, but in college it's no different, and that's why it's been successful for us on midweek games, throwing 8, 9 guys. You just need 8 or 9 guys to go out and compete, because it only takes a couple of them to not throw strikes, and then you end up with the big inning. And that's the key. When you do that, what Northwestern's doing today, they're going to try to avoid the big inning, which we've seen a couple times this year where we had teams on the rope. They walk 2 or 3, bases loaded, and then all of a sudden bad at bat, strikeout, and then 2 outs, we don't get a hit. And so you walk out of there letting him off the hook. He gets more confidence, and here we go. And it kind of gives them momentum when you don't take advantage of it. But it is definitely difficult because you don't get a chance to have a feel for what you're seeing. And in college, like Pete Rose was saying, I knew what everybody had. Steve Carlton wasn't going to change pitches. I'd seen him for 10 years.
Yeah.
You know, he goes, the guy that got me was the rookie that they brought up that I had never seen before. That was the hard part. To your point, dead on. That's why it is harder.
You'll go with Cade today on the mound, Coach. He'll get the start coming off a career-high performance against Minnesota with 11 strikeouts. He leads the team staff with an ERA of 3.89. Your team, the staff, has a ERA of 3.89. Coach, your pitching's doing pretty well. Talk about Cade a little bit, how he's developed into the ace role.
He's done a great job. You know, started out, I thought, with a really good start that, unfortunately, you know, he didn't get some wins. Because of either a bullpen lapse or he hurt himself with, you know, an error or whatever that cost him runs in tight games. Because on Friday night, the margin for error is usually pretty small, and you know, whether it's a hit or a walk or hit by pitch or whatever error, all those things factor in double usually on Friday when you're facing the other team's ace. But he's done a really good job. He went through a little bit of a lapse where, you know, he wasn't as sharp and then bounced back with a good one and then a great one last week. And hoping that, you know, he continues that trend today and just pounds the strike zone. Though, you know, Northwestern does have some dangerous hitters, and especially at home, they have some older guys that have been around the horn. You know, they played a good schedule early, so it isn't like they're going to be intimidated by our best guy even, who's very good, but they've seen a lot of good guys. We're going to have to pitch to get them out. We're going to have to execute pitches, and they got enough lefties with power in this line. The ball usually carries pretty well to right field, and today the wind's kind of helping balls that way. It's a northeast wind. Their field sits kind of backwards, so balls to left. It's not blowing hard yet, and hopefully it stays that way, but it's not helping. It's hurting balls in, you know, left from the left field foul pole to center field, and then right field, the further you go to right field, it's helping a little more. But there's the basketball arena sets right behind right field, so there's a good wind block there, and the ball has always carried well in that area, which is why they have a lot of lefties.
Sure. All right, Coach, thanks for your time today. Good luck against the Wildcats.
Thanks, John.
Head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, on our pregame show from Evanston. We'll get you starting lineups and first pitch right after this. It's Northwestern and Iowa from Miller Park. Back in a moment. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. As a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season, please join American Equity in thanking all who have served our country. American Equity is more than just retirement savings and income products. They are committed to providing you best-in-class service and high-quality retirement income that helps deliver the independence to dream and reach your goals. To learn more about American Equity, please visit their website at american-equity.com.
John Leo from Miller Park in Evanston in the shadow of Welsh Ryan Arena as Iowa gets ready for the series opener against the Northwestern Wildcats. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. 10-second station ID. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Iowa and Northwestern meeting here this afternoon. Series history, the Hawkeyes lead at 146-108. There have also been two ties between Iowa and Northwestern. The first meeting, 1893. The Wildcats won it 7-3 way back when. The last meeting, though, Iowa took care of business and swept Northwestern in Iowa City last season by scores of 4-3, 9-2, and then Kellen Strohmeyer with a walk-off winner in the final game against Northwestern to win it 6-5 in 13 innings. Last time we were here, it was the regional team for Iowa in 2023. The Hawkeyes took 2 of 3 from the Wildcats towards the end of the year. 15-3 in Game 1. Northwestern evened the series 6-4 in Game 2. And then Iowa won the finale 10-0 over the Wildcats. Iowa has won 5 of the last 6 against Northwestern. We'll see what this series holds as we get set for the series opener. We'll step aside for today's national anthem. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Different people have different needs. Delta Dental of Iowa has affordable dental and vision coverage that meets you where you are. Small business on a budget? We have options with no employer costs. Traditional Medicare plans don't cover dental, but we do. And if you can't get benefits at work, you can buy direct from us. Plus, we give back to your community. Visit sharinghealthysmiles.com and choose Delta Dental. For your smile, for your health, for your community.
Iowa Hawkeyes women's basketball forward Hannah Stuelke teamed up with 22 and Vine at Riverside Casino and Golf Resort to bring you an exclusive creation, the Hamburger. This mouthwatering masterpiece features 2 delicious sausage and beef patties with crispy bacon jam, melted American cheese, and a perfectly fried egg, all nestled on a French toast caramelized brioche bun. Experience the Hamburger today, available only at 22 and Vine. It's a game changer.
National anthem is wrapped up here at Rocky Miller Park in Evanston. It is Iowa and Northwestern this weekend. The Hawkeyes 18-9, 10-2 in the Big Ten, tied with UCLA for the league lead. Northwestern is 13-13. They're 5-4 in the Big Ten. They are tied for 5th. A much improved Wildcat team this year. They've got series wins over Illinois. And then at Maryland last weekend, the Wildcats went out to College Park and beat the Terps 6-5 and 18-8. They lost the last game of the series 22-11 on getaway day in 7 innings. Northwestern also has a series loss at Penn State. The Wildcats beat UIC most recently on Tuesday 2-1 just across town. Iowa picked up the 13-3 win over Bradley in Peoria as we're wrapping up this long road trip. It'll be good to be home, but let's take care of business here in Evanston against Northwestern this weekend before we head back home. A big weekend series coming up at Banks, Nebraska in town next weekend, but obviously some games to play before then. All right, it's time for today's starting lineups. We'll go with the Iowa Hawkeyes, who will bat first here this afternoon. Ben Wilmus is the starting left fielder. He'll lead things off, followed by Gable Mitchell, the shortstop, and Reese Moore, the DH. Miles Risley is the center fielder. He'll bat in the cleanup spot for Iowa this afternoon, and Caleb Wolf will get the start at first base, batting 5th. Behind the dish and catching is Dan Rogers. He'll bat 6th for Iowa. 7, 8, 9, Ben Swales, the second baseman. Cooper Schulte, the third baseman. And in right field, getting the start today, batting 9th, is Andy Nelson. So again for the Hawkeyes, Wilmus in left, Mitchell at short, Moore the DH, Risley in center, Wolf at first base, Rogers catching, Swales at second base, Schulte at third base, and Nelson in right field. The starting pitcher today for Northwestern is Cole Mascott. He's a right-handed pitcher making his 5th appearance. This will be his first start. So in 4 appearances, he's thrown 2 2/3 innings. He's given up 3 hits, 6 runs, 5 of which were earned. He has 9 walks, only 2 strikeouts. Teams are hitting .273 against him. He has 5 wild pitches. He's hit 3 batters. He has an ERA of 16.87. And so he'll get the start for Northwestern. Can't really imagine he'd go long into this one anyway. But we'll see if Iowa has anything to say about that as we get ready for first pitch here this afternoon. Mascot is on the rubber. The right-hander operates from the stretch only. And Wilmus is in the box for Iowa. First pitch is low for ball 1. We are underway at 2:04 local time. Cool and cloudy day in Evanston. Can't see the sun. It's not breaking through the thick layer of clouds over the sky. 1-0 pitch to Wilmus. That's outside ball 2. Mascot, a fastball slider mix. 2 balls, no strikes. Pitch to Wilmus. That's across for a strike. It's 2-1. Upper 80s, low 90s with the fastball. Does have a 2-seamer that he'll throw every once in a while. Slider toggles 80 miles an hour. 2 balls and a strike on Wilmus, Iowa's leadoff hitter. Next pitch. Ben swings and misses. It's 2-2. Wilmus chased below the zone. Counts now even. Ben bats .317, trying to get on for the Hawkeyes to start this one. The 2-2. Hit in the air to right field. Right fielder drifting back a few steps. Freeman is there. He makes the catch, 1 away. Ben gave it a ride to right, but right to the right fielder. 1 down for Gable Mitchell. Iowa has 3 hitters within the top 10 in the Big Ten in batting average. Gable Mitchell is one of them. Mitchell bats .375. Stands in from the left side. He swings at the first pitch, popped it up to right. Freeman's there again for the second out. So Wilmus with a lengthy at bat. Mitchell much quicker. 1 pitch and he is retired. And that'll bring up Reese Moore, the DH. Moore leads the team in home runs with 9. He bats .376. Could be a good day for him to hit. With the wind blowing out a bit to right. Mascot whipped it to the backstop, and the catcher, Markinson, doesn't even put his glove up to grab it. That far high, that far outside, didn't even register on the strike zone. A couple of flyouts to right for Iowa in the first inning. The 1-0 pitch to Moore. Reese takes in the dirt. Infield shifts over for Northwestern over to the right. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Reese took it up and in, ball 3. Good looking pitch. But Mascot doesn't get the call. Right-hander comes set. He delivers the 3-0. And it's in the dirt for ball 4. A 2-out walk for Reese Moore will bring up Miles Risley. Risley was hit by a pitch against Bradley on Tuesday. Wrist, hand area. Talked to him before the game. He's got a little bit of a wrap on it. Just a small compression wrap. Good thing it wasn't further down the hand, towards the fingers. He shows a bunt. Pitch is bouncing off the plate. Smothered by Markinson. It was actually up the wrist, and he felt that that was fortunate that that's where he was hit by the pitch instead of near all those small bones in the hand. So Miles good to go. 1 ball, no strikes. Moore at first base in the first with 2 outs. Here's the pitch. It's way outside, bounced in the opposite batter's box, and it's 2-0. So Wilmus and Mitchell fly out, and Mascot looks pretty good against them. He hasn't thrown a strike since. He's walked Moore, and he's fallen behind 2-0 on Risley. Iowa batting .317 as a team, leading the Big Ten. Risley doing a nice job to contribute to that, batting .313. Here's the 2-0. He hits on the ground to third. A 2-hopper is thrown to second base for the force out. Clean inning for Northwestern. We'll go to the bottom of the first after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, 988 provides the direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org. A message from Iowa HHS.
Brown Deer Golf Club offers a pure golf experience. Manicured bentgrass fairways with tees and greens carved into gracefully rolling landscape. Challenging, yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. treat yourself to Bunker's Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic Greenview Banquet Room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brown Deer Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
The Hawkeyes held off the scoreboard in the top of the first inning here in Evanston. Northwestern coming to the plate with this lineup today. Preston Knott is the leadoff hitter. He'll play left field. Owen McElpatrick, the third baseman, bats second. Jackson Freeman, who got some action defensively, he plays right field. He'll bat third. Ryan Kucherak is the shortstop in the cleanup spot. Trent Liolis, got to watch out for him. He's the slugger for the Wildcats. The DH bats fifth. Bennett Markinson, the catcher, is batting sixth for Northwestern today. Jack Council at second base, batting seventh. Tyler Gannis, the first baseman, in the 8th spot. And Griffin Mills, the center fielder, will round out the batting order for Northwestern today. So again, for the Wildcats, Knott in left, McElpatrick at third, Freeman in right. Kucherak, the shortstop. Liolis, the DH. Markinson catching. Council, the second baseman. Gannis at first base. Mills in center field. Today's starting pitcher for the Iowa Hawkeyes, left-hander from Iowa City, Cade Obermuller, making his 8th start. He's got a 2-2 record, a 2.95 ERA, which is second in the Big Ten. 39 2/3 innings pitched for Cade, 34 hits allowed, 13 earned runs. He's walked 13. He struck out 53, which is also second in the Big Ten. He's second only in ERA and strikeouts to Joe Jerwa of Michigan State, who we saw earlier this year. Preston Knott's in the box, lefty on lefty matchup. Cade pumps a strike by him to get the inning started, the bottom half. Knott bats .255 for the Wildcats, .390 in a leadoff spot. 0-1 from Obermuller is fouled back right over our heads. And it's 0-2. Just 3 left-handers in the lineup today for Northwestern. I think Iowa's anticipating a few more as the 0-2 is a called third strike on the outer corner. Obermuller went slider, caught the edge away from the left-handed hitting Knott, and he caught him looking. Obermuller coming off a career-high strikeout performance where he set down 11 Golden Gophers in Iowa's win last Friday in Minneapolis. McElpatrick comes up now for the Wildcats. Right-handed hitter, third baseman for Northwestern. First pitch from Cade, swing and a miss, made him look silly on the slider. McElpatrick bats .315. He's one of 2 Wildcats batting above .300 in their lineup today. Fastball sailed high and out. Iowa wearing their road grays this afternoon. Block lettering spelling out Iowa in black with gold trim. Black numerals. Gray pants with the gold and white stripe down the side. Gold cleats for the Hawkeyes today. Fastball on the inside corner. It's 1-2. McElpatrick backed off the plate a bit. Northwestern going with their Gothic uniforms, the All Blacks, with Northwestern spelled out in Gothic font and their really old gold, purple trim. 1-2 is hit in the air to left field. Wilmus takes a couple steps forward. He makes the grab, 2 down. Decent look for the Wildcats. Not their traditional purple and white, but the all-black uniform with the old gold and purple trim is not a bad look. Jackson Freeman comes up now for the Wildcats. Left-handed hitter. He's a sophomore. Plays right field. Freeman bats .277. A little bit of power. 6 doubles, 4 home runs. Cade's first pitch. Slider outside. And Freeman able to check his swing. Swales, Iowa's second baseman, is playing in shallow right. Case Freeman is able to pull one sharply that direction. Strike called as Obermuller hit the slider right at the knees. Cade, the left-hander, comes set. Iowa's ace. Here's the pitch. Outside corner with the slider. He's on with it in the first inning. It's 1-2. It's been all sliders from Obermueller against Freeman. We'll see what he elects to do here. A ball and 2 strikes with 2 outs. Base is empty. Cade comes set. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Got him with the heater. Fastball threw it right by him at 95. Obermueller efficient in the first inning. He gets 2 strikeouts, and he coolly walks to the dugout. We'll go to the second inning. No score between Iowa and Northwestern. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. As a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season, please join American Equity in thanking all who have served our country. American Equity is more than just retirement savings and income products. They are committed to providing you best-in-class service and high-quality retirement income that helps deliver the independence to dream and reach your goals. To learn more about American Equity, please visit their website at american-equity.com.
Leaders know there's no guide to greatness. When everyone else says something can't be done, they know it only hasn't been done yet. True leaders weather the fiercest storms and look deep within themselves to rise above and help others find their way forward. At Great Southern Bank, we're proud to partner with visionaries that help raise the tide for all of us. And when you're ready to bring your vision to life, we'll be right behind you with award-winning support.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
We can all help prevent suicide. There is hope with the 988 Lifeline. Call or text 988 now. Iowa and Northwestern just getting underway in Evanston. Top of the second inning coming up. And the Hawkeyes have the middle of their order coming up. 5, 6, 7. Caleb Wolf, Dan Rogers, and Ben Swales. Matt is listening from Columbus today. Thanks for tuning in, Matt. You've been here a time or two. You know the broadcast setup here. Enjoy your weekend off. Matt. Steven is listening in Florida. I'd trade weather with you, Steven. I know it's in the 80s down there. It is not in the 80s here in Evanston. It is about 45 degrees. No sign of the sun. At least it's not windy, and we are in a press box that has heat. So we'll take that. Sharing our suite here today with Gabe Hester, the head manager of the Iowa baseball program, Sam Bosler, sports information director / photographer this weekend. Good company up in the broadcast booth today. 2 balls, no strikes on Caleb Wolf, leading off for Iowa's second inning. And he's yet to see a strike as mascots all over the place. 3 balls and no strikes. Wolfie bats from the left side. The 3-0. That's outside, called a strike. Going to leave that one all day. Even if he throws that again, I think it's a coin flip on whether or not that's called a ball or a strike. 3 balls and a strike on Wolf. The pitch from Mascot. Inside, just about hit him. And Wolf walks. I think Iowa was so eager to swing the bat in the first inning. Wilmus had to with 2 strikes. But Mitchell was first pitch swinging. And Risley was in an advantageous count when he grounded out to third. I think Iowa can wait this guy out, Mascot. It's his second walk issued. Leadoff walk of Wolf puts pressure on right away. Here's Dan Rogers. He's the catcher for Iowa. Great addition to the team this year. First pitch to Rogers is high and out. That's ball 1. Rogers batting .273. Transfer in from Loris. Quick mound visit from Northwestern. Rogers in 77 at-bats. Has 5 home runs, 4 doubles. He's drawn 18 walks, so his discipline has improved over the recent weeks. And he's really settled in behind the plate. The season started with Rogers and Moore kind of rotating the catcher position. Safe to say Rogers has taken the bulk of the duties behind the dish. And Reese has done a really good job as Iowa's DH. Ball, no strikes on Rogers. Probably pretty selective here. And he's selecting to not swing at pitches that are way out of the zone. Back-to-back from Mascot. High and out. Scouting report has been spot on so far. He's all over the place. 2-0. That caught the outside corner. The slider, 2-1. Mascot came into the game with 4 appearances, 2 2/3 innings pitched. We are in the second. Here's the 2-1. Rogers takes outside, ball 3. Tried to go with the same pitch on that outer edge. Did not get it. Stayed away. 3 balls and 1 strike on Rogers. Ben Swales awaits on deck. Short lead at first from Wolf. 3-1 from Mascot. Way outside, ball 4. Back-to-back walks. The Hawks are in business in the second inning. That brings up Ben Swales, Iowa's second baseman. He's really settled into that spot. Swales has moved up. Typically the 9-hitter, and he's not buried as the 9-hitter. He's down there, but technically has the best batting average on the team at .377. In the top 10 in the league as well. He comes up with runners at first and second, nobody out. First pitch to Swales is inside, just about caught his back kneecap. Ball 1. Swales moves up a couple spots, batting 7th today for Iowa. He's got a ton of room on the right side of the infield. Time is called by Northwestern. We're going to have a pitching change. Middle of the at-bat pitching change. Mascot's day is done. And Coach Sutherland pokes out of Iowa's dugout, the first base dugout for Iowa. Coach Sutherland comes out with his binder, and all the Iowa hitters gather around him. We will introduce the new Northwestern pitcher after the call gets officially made, as it has now. All right, we'll step aside for pitching change break. First and second, nobody out for Iowa in the second inning. New Northwestern pitcher coming into the game. We're back after this pitching change break. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Something big is happening at Hy-Vee. We've just lowered thousands and thousands of prices on thousands and thousands of items in every aisle and in every department. Online, too. And on many of your favorite products. We've even matched prices with some of the biggest discount stores in the country. Because we get it, times are still tough. So we'll continue to work hard to bring you new lower prices on thousands of items. Things are looking different at Hy-Vee. Come see for yourself.
You might think Iowa grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Corn can even fuel your drive to watch the Hawkeyes play when you choose Unleaded 88. It's a fuel that's cheaper, cleaner, and greener. Plus, it's homegrown, making Unleaded 88 the clear choice at the pump and totally worth the hype. So as you head to cheer on the Hawkeyes this season, don't just fuel up. Pump it up with Unleaded 88. Find Unleaded 88 at a station near you. Go to iowacorn.org/88.
New pitcher into the game for Northwestern is Jack Grunkmeyer. He's a first-year right-hander from Batesville, Indiana. Grunkmeyer into the game now for the Wildcats. He's making his 12th appearance, which is the second most on the team for Northwestern's pitching staff. 12th appearance for Grunkmeyer with a .675 ERA. No record. He does have a save, so they've used him in some pretty important spots. 18 2/3 innings pitched for Grunkmeyer. He's given up 16 hits, 14 earned runs. He's walked 14 and he's struck out 13, so the command is maybe a question mark from Grunkmeyer. Allowed 4 home runs and 2 doubles. Opponents hitting .235 against the right-handed pitcher for Northwestern. He has hit 9 batters, and he's thrown 1 wild pitch. Grunkemeyer into the game, a sidearm pitcher for the Wildcats. Below average command. He throws a fastball and a curveball. Mid to low 80s from Grunkemeyer on the fastball. Curveball is low 70s. Very slow on the way to the plate. He comes into the game to face Ben Swales. First and second for the Hawks, and nobody out in the second. No score between Iowa and Northwestern. The 1-0 pitch is the first from Grunkemeyer, and it's inside for ball 2. Swales with a lot of room on the ground to the right side still. The 2-0 pitch. That caught the low inside corner. Good pitch from Grunkemeyer, 2-1. Swales standing in from the right side. Here comes the 2-1. Low and out, ball 3. Really good job laying off that pitch. It came all the way across the zone and then dipped low below it right at the last moment. 3 balls and a strike on Swales. Grunkemeyer's pitch. Low and in, ball 4. 3 walks to start the second have loaded the bases. Here comes Cooper Schulte. Schulte, the third baseman today, he gets the start, making his 14th of the season. Batting .302 for the Hawks. He has a couple of home runs. Got one at Illinois State, got one at Bradley. A couple of midweek home runs for Schulte. First pitch bounced off the turf for ball 1. Bases loaded, nobody out. Big spot for Schulte and the Hawkeyes early on. No score in the series opener. A lot of room in left center for Cooper. Hasn't seen much to hit. Here's the 1-0. That's a called strike. Schulte batting .333 with the bases loaded. Big spot here. The 1-1 is fouled off the end of the bat. A spinner over to the Iowa dugout. 1-2. Off speed was so slow it didn't even record a pitch speed. Schulte down in the count. 1 ball, 2 strikes with the bases loaded and nobody out. Grunkemeyer set. The right-hander delivers. Schulte takes outside. Great discipline from Cooper. Good-looking breaking ball there from Grunkemeyer, but it drifted low and out. Count even at 2 now. The pitch to Schulte. Grounded foul over to the left. Good hang. That pitch is close enough, especially with the sidearm delivery. To leave that with 2 strikes is risky. Andy Nelson awaits on deck. Schulte looks to give Iowa the lead. The 2-2. Outside, ball 3. Held on to that fastball far too long. 3 straight walks issued by the Northwestern staff. Bases are loaded for Cooper Schulte. And a full count with nobody out in the second. Cooper back in the box. Taps both sides of the plate. He's ready, as is Grunkemeyer. The 3-2. Ground ball left side, foul past Coach Bowe. We'll do it again. Again with the fastball just below the zone. It's a good pitch from a sidearm pitcher like Grunkemeyer. We'll see what he goes with here on the 3-2 to Schulte. It is low, ball 4. 4 straight walks to start the second inning. Iowa on the board first. It's 1-0 on the bases loaded walk of Cooper Schulte. That's an outstanding at bat there from Schulte. There were 3 or 4 pitches that were close, but he trusted his discipline and he laid off. Bases remain loaded, this time for Andy Nelson. Still nobody out. First pitch to Andy. He took down the heart of the plate for a strike. The 0-1. Nelson takes low, 1-1. Top of the order, Ben Wilmus is on deck. Like to get the wheels turning in this inning and make it a long one. We're in the second, 1-0 Iowa after a bases-loaded walk of Cooper Schulte. A ball and a strike, the pitch to Nelson. Andy takes inside. Had to straighten his legs out to avoid being hit by the pitch. Coach Heller was right on the money. Jump on him early. And Iowa has the opportunity to do that. 2 balls and a strike. The pitch to Nelson. Lined right to the second baseman. It's caught. Everybody's safe on the base paths. Northwestern tried to double up Iowa, but heads up base running. Freeze on a line drive, and the base runners do that. Nelson lines out. 1 away for Ben Wilmus. Bases still loaded for Ben, who flied out to right in the first inning. Right-handed pitcher, right-handed hitter. A lot of room in left center for Ben. Here's the first pitch to him. He takes inside for a ball right around the belt. Make this a long inning for the Northwestern defense to stand out there in the cold. Make it a longer inning by stringing together some hits. 1-0 to Wilmus. That's across for a strike. Low 80s, right below the letters. 1-1. That's low, ball 2. Wilmus is a perfect guy for this spot. Selective, puts the ball in play. See if he gets something to hit. The 2-1. Ben hits on the ground, left side. That's through into left field. Rogers comes down the line to score. Swales around third. Here's the throw. He is safe. Safe at the plate. Northwestern immediately wants to challenge. Swales with the feet first slide into home plate. I think the catcher missed the tag. I think the umpires got it right. They're going to meet and review it. As it stands right now, 3-0 Iowa on the 2 RBI single from Wilmus. And we have a review. Sharp ground ball into left field. Rogers able to score. Swales around third, and Ben has plenty of speed, and so made for a close play at the plate. I think he's going to be safe. I think the home plate umpire, Mark Winters, was right on the money, staring right down and checking it out. As it stands right now, 3-0 Iowa with runners at first and second and 1 out. You'd think a quick review, but we'll see. Other games around the league today. Michigan State is in Bloomington. 5 o'clock first pitch there. Rutgers taking on Nebraska in Lincoln. Maryland is at Illinois, but they've got some rain issues, and so I don't believe Maryland and Illinois will play their game today. Penn State at Minnesota. Nittany Lions and Golden Gophers in Minneapolis tonight. Michigan out west against Oregon, 7:05 Central Time. Ohio State is in LA taking on USC, and Purdue is in the Pacific Northwest 3-game series with the Washington Huskies. UCLA is out of conference this weekend, hosting San Diego, the Toreros. Iowa and UCLA tied for first in the Big Ten at 10-2. Oregon in third, all alone, 8-4. Michigan 7-5 in fourth place. Northwestern and Washington are tied for fifth at 5-4. After review, they've called Swales out at the plate. The Hawkeye dugout is shocked. Coach Heller goes palms to the sky. Couldn't believe it. After looking at the replay, it certainly bang, but got him right before Swales touched home plate. So it's 2-0, and there are 2 outs. Rogers scores. Swales is out at the plate after the review, overturning the call. And so Gable Mitchell's up now with 2 outs. First and second for Mitchell. In a 2-0 ball game in the second. There's a strike to Gable. Count even at 1. Mitchell flied out to right in the first inning. Ball and a strike. Grunkmeyer's set. Here's the pitch. Gable takes another strike, 1-2. Sidearm delivery from this Northwestern pitcher. Gable's got to stick with it. The 1-2. Line drive, left field, but foul. Gable threw his bat at a pitch that stayed outside. We'll do it again. A ball and 2 strikes with 2 outs. 2 on for Mitchell. Here's the pitch. Swinging bunt down the third baseline. Third baseman charging. He's got no play. Mitchell beats it out. Schulte with an aggressive round at third, but he stays put. The bases will be loaded for Reese Moore. Infield single for Gable Mitchell. A spinner off the end of the bat. It could have mowed the grass if this were natural grass. 2 runs across for Iowa in this inning. Feels like Iowa could get more. And Reese could be the guy to do it with the bases loaded and 2 outs. First pitch to Reese. Breaking ball outside. Again, Iowa can remain patient here. Grunkemeyer doesn't have the best control and command. But if he makes a mistake, Reese, on a day where the ball could carry out to right, he could make him pay. Breaking ball that he hung, and it's a called strike. Across the plate, across the strike zone high. 1-1 is a count on Moore, who walked in the first. Grunkemeyer, the right-hander, is ready. Here's the sidearm pitch. That drifted low and out. Reese got his hands started, but he's able to hold up. 2-1. Reese batting .429 with the bases loaded. He's had a handful of opportunities this season. The 2-1. Fouled back to the screen, 2-2. It's been a good inning so far for Iowa with 2 runs coming across. Could be better. Reese Moore in the box with the bases loaded. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Ground ball, left side. It beats the shift and gets through into left. 1 run is in. Wilmus around third. He'll score with no throw. A 2 RBI single for Reese Moore, who goes opposite field to beat the shift. 4-0 Hawks. Yes. 2 strike, 2 out hitting for the Hawkeyes. Moore comes through. Crooked number across for the Hawks. 4-0 now in the second. Here's Miles Risley. Grounded out to third to end the first inning. First and second and 2 outs. First pitch to Risley. Miles takes a breaking ball. Called a strike on the outer third. 3 straight singles by Iowa hitters. Risley adds to it, sends one up the middle for a base hit. Mitchell around third. The throw goes into third as Mitchell scores. Moore is safe at third base. Risley slides into second. 5-0 Hawks. The inning started with 4 straight walks, and now we're up to 4 straight singles for Iowa. The Hawks have also batted around. Here's Caleb Wolf. 5 spot across for Iowa in the second inning. 2 in scoring position for Wolfie. Caleb walked and scored. First pitch to Wolf. He shows a bunt, and the pitch sailed outside, ball 1. Caleb very good with runners in scoring position, batting .423. See if he can improve it here. The 1-0. Wolf chops foul to first base. It's been a long inning for Northwestern out in the field, battling the elements. Temperatures in the mid-40s. Wind rippling flags over to right field. Meanwhile, Iowa's in their dugout with a couple of heaters staying warm. The 1-1 pitch to Wolf. That's low and out, ball 2. Couldn't dot the corner. Iowa's discipline has been impressive today. Have not been chasing out of the zone. Counts 2-1, the pitch to Caleb. Ground ball left side. Tough play for the shortstop who runs around it, grabs it, and throws to first to retire Wolf. That'll do it for the top of the second. 5 runs for Iowa on 4 hits. It is 5-0 Hawkeyes. We're back for the bottom of the second after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
Hello, Iowa. Here's a promise. Wherever you are in this great state, University of Iowa Healthcare is here for you, even if you never walk through our doors. Educating, caring, leading research, sharing our expertise with all. Because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort. Stop by today for a relaxing massage at the spa, fine dining at Ruthie's Steak and Seafood, and so much more. Visit Riverside Casino and Golf Resort today, located minutes south of Iowa City. Iowa's offense has given Cade Obermuller plenty of run support now. Bottom of the second, 5-0 Hawks after Iowa was gifted 4 walks in a row to start the second, and then followed that up with 4 singles in a row. And Iowa has the 5-0 lead. Cade Obermuller out for his second inning of work. Ryan Kucherak will lead things off. He's the cleanup hitter. Kucherak plays shortstop for Northwestern, right-handed hitter. Cade's first pitch is chopped to third. Schulte charging hard. Cooper's got it. He throws it on the run to first base in time to get Kucherak. Good stretch by Wolf over there at first base. 1 pitch, 1 out. That's a good start for Cade and the Hawkeye defense. Here's Trent Lyolis. He bats .352, the best hitter for the Wildcats. He's their slugger as well. 13 home runs, which leads the Big Ten. Left-handed hitter, standing straight up and down. First pitch from Cade. Fastball by him. Strike one. 6 doubles for Liolas. 28 RBIs. He slugs .864. That makes sense. Hitter-friendly park for him. Here's the 0-1. Fastball out. Football field beyond Welsh Ryan in right. 2 outs. Here's the first pitch to Markinson. He grounds it to Mitchell at short, who throws him out. And a very quick inning for Obermueller and the Hawkeyes. We'll go to the third. 5-0 Iowa. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
FS Envision Seed Corn and FS High Soy Soybeans provide best-in-class traits and genetics that perform. In farming, bushels matter to your bottom line. Our field-proven products deliver high yields year after year. Get the seed you need from the people you trust. Contact your local FS Envision and High Soy retailer or visit fsseed.com to learn more.
Hey there, sports fans. Hungry for a legendary experience? Look no further than Bump's Restaurants, proudly named after the legendary Bump Elliott. Nestled right at the Finkbine Golf Course on Melrose Avenue, Bump's is your go-to spot for mouth-watering meals. Present your ticket from today's game at Bump's and get a buy one appetizer, get the second appetizer free deal. Offer good through the next home game. See you soon off Melrose Avenue at the Finkbine Golf Course. Bump's Restaurant, a legendary place with legendary food.
Hawk fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels. Homewood Suites and Home to Suites by Hilton each offer guests with spacious rooms and suites, complimentary breakfast, 24-hour fitness center. Got pool, hot tub, guest laundry, and convenient locations. Let their warm and friendly staff take care of you and your family when you visit Hawkeye Country. Iowa leads Northwestern in the series opener 5-0 as we get to the top of the third. Solo broadcast this weekend, missing my buddy John Evans. Taking the week off, a little bit of a vacation for John. I think we'll have him back on Tuesday when Iowa goes up to Milwaukee. I sure hope so. I wouldn't want to make that trip to Milwaukee without you, John. We should have Evans back. We'll definitely have him back for the Nebraska series, which will be a big one at Banks. Weather looks great, by the way, in Iowa City. Mid-70s next weekend for the Iowa-Nebraska series. Can't wait. Here's Dan Rogers. He takes a very low strike call to start his at-bat. Rogers walked and scored last inning. Krunkemeyer continues to pitch for the Wildcats. Rogers hits this foul to first base. We are positioned behind home plate, but our booth is sort of down the third base line a bit and faces the first base line and the right field line. We're looking directly into the Iowa dugout, directly down the right field line. 0-2 to Rogers is outside, 1-2. I'd have a hard time seeing anything into the left field corner. I have to lean forward, basically out the window if I want to see it. So I'm just going to trust it. Fair or foul, I'm just going to have to look at the umpire. 1-2 on Rogers, the pitch. Fouled out of play over to the left. All stadium seating below us. 10 rows worth. Small ballpark, but nice. Ball and 2 strikes on Rogers. Here's the pitch. Dan hits in the air to center field. Center fielder goes back a few steps. Mills is there, and he caught it. 1 down. Northwestern staff ERA, 6.68 coming into the series. Ranks 15th in the Big Ten. They don't strike out many batters either. Only 154 on the season, which is last. First pitch to Ben Swales, slider outside. Good fielding team, though. Second in the Big Ten in fielding percentage. 1-0 pitch to Ben Swales is inside, ball 2. Northwestern allows over 6 runs a game. Iowa knocking on the door of that early in this one. 5-0 in the third. Swales stands in, a 2-0 count to Ben. Fouled off of Swales' foot. He walked in the second inning, was thrown out at the plate on a base hit. 2 balls and a strike. Bases are empty for Swales. The pitch. Outside. Called a strike. 2-2. Iowa fans moaning and groaning. Count even at 2 now on Swales. Grunkemeier's pitch. That's outside. Similar tunnel, but a slider, and so it had movement. Stayed away from Ben. Full count now. Here's the pitch to Swales. Ground ball left side. This will be a tough play. McElpatrick charging. And Swales quit running as McElpatrick threw it to first base to get the out. Ben quit running. He said he fouled it off his foot. Nobody called it. And so Swales is out. Coaching staff asking Mark Winters why that wasn't a foul ball. I guess, you coach the guys to always run it out just in case, but man, that I feel like that went off of Swales' foot, but he is thrown out 5-3. 2 down now for Cooper Schulte, who shows a bunt. Unfortunate break there for the Hawks. Base is empty for Schulte. He walked with the bases loaded in his first plate appearance. 1-0 pitch to Coop. It's fouled off. Ball and a strike. The pitch to Schulte. Breaking ball with a lot of movement on it. It drifted low and out. Cooper got everything going, but he kept his hands back. Andy Nelson's on deck for Iowa. Hawkeyes lead at 5-0 in the third. Ground ball sharply hit to Coach Bo at third, who makes the play in foul ground. Tip of the cap to Coach. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Schulte looking to keep the inning alive. Grunkemeier's pitch. Called third strike. That is low and inside, but strike 3 on Schulte. Iowa goes down 1-2-3 in the third. We're back for the bottom half of the inning. Iowa leading Northwestern in the series opener 5-0. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oaknall.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Brown Deer Golf Club offers a pure golf experience. Manicured bentgrass fairways with tees and greens carved into gracefully rolling landscape. Challenging, yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. Treat yourself to Bunker's Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic Greenview Banquet Room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brown Deer Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
Iowa 5, Northwestern nothing in the bottom of the third inning here in Evanston. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. University of Iowa Healthcare is here for you no matter where you are in the state. Changing medicine and changing lives for all of Iowa and beyond. Visit uihealthcare.org. 7-8-9 for the Wildcats. Council, Gannis, and Mills due up to face Cade Obermueller. Chad is listening today. Thanks for tuning in to Hawkeye Baseball, Chad. Mike from Iowa City. Always can count on Mike to be tuned in. Iowa leads this one 5-0 in the bottom of the third. First pitch swinging and missing is Jack Council. Council, the second baseman for the Wildcats. Right-handed hitter. He bats .270. He's got some speed with 2 triples. Fastball strike 2, outer edge. No balls and 2 strikes. Cade working efficiently. Here's the pitch. Fastball just outside. He zipped that in at 96. Fastest pitch of the day from Obi. Just off the plate outside. Wouldn't mind seeing him throw that again. Counts 1-2 to get the bottom of the third started. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Sharp slider is disgusting. Pure dirt from Obermueller. 1 down. Fourth strikeout for Cade. Iowa's had several stellar pitchers over the years. You think back to last year with Brody and his slider that was filthy. Obermueller's got one of his own. 1 down for Tyler Gannis, another right-handed hitter. Cade's pitch is across for a strike. Gannis bats 8th for the Wildcats. .292 batting average, 2 doubles, 2 home runs. Obermueller set with the 0-1. This is lined foul over to the right. Late on it was Gannis. And it's 0-2. Again, another 96-mile-an-hour pitch from Obermueller. It's been 2 fastballs from Cade. We'll see if he goes back to the slider now. Same sequence as Council. Obermueller ready with the 0-2. Strike 3 called. Slider came in the back door, didn't even knock. Back-to-back strikeouts for Cade in the third. He's up to 5 now. He had 11 against Minnesota. It was a career high last Friday afternoon. 2 down for Griffin Mills, center fielder for Northwestern. Third right-hander of the inning into the box for the Wildcats. Cade's first pitch is high and out. Mills batting 9th, appearing in just his 10th game. This is his first start for Northwestern. 1-0 from Cade. That's a called strike. 93 at the top of the zone. Even 200 for Mills. 5 at-bats, just 1 hit. Cade goes with another fastball. Called strike. Mills backs out of the box and shakes his head. Obermueller looking to strike out the side. No balls, 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Strike 3 called. Mills entirely overmatched in that at bat as Cade strikes out the side. 6th strikeout of the game for Obermueller. And we'll go to the 4th. Iowa leading 5-0. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Pioneer brand Z Series soybeans have farmers yielding out an additional 2.7 bushels per acre over A Series. This has everyone talking, not just farmers. Case in point, a trucking company wrote, "Morning, noon, and night, it doesn't matter. I'm hauling Z Series. The phone doesn't stop ringing. Even my home number, it never stops ringing." Well, it's fair to say Pioneer brand Z Series soybeans are making quite an impact. Unleash your greatest harvest yet at pioneer.com/greatest yields.
Across Iowa, you don't have to look far to find a bank that's got your back. From just around the corner to the next town over, hundreds of neighborhood banks are going the distance to ensure your future looks brighter than ever. By providing jobs, supporting local businesses, strengthening communities, and helping your dreams become reality. Here, the life you build is backed by Iowa banks. See how banks are making a difference near you at iowabankers.com.
Top of the 4th inning in Evanston, Iowa leading Northwestern 5-0. In Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is corn grows Iowa. That includes the fuel in our vehicles, so when you fill up, pump it up with unleaded 88 and support Iowa's corn farmers. Game 2 of the series tomorrow, 1 o'clock first pitch between Iowa and Northwestern. We'll wrap it up on Sunday, 1 o'clock also. Our pregame coverage begins at 12:30 both days. Happy to have you along with us this afternoon. Andy Nelson to lead off. Grunkemeyer continues to pitch for the Wildcats. A first pitch strike to Andy. Nelson lined out to second in the second. Up again in the 4th. Here's the 0-1. He chased slider out of the zone. 0-2 now. Trying to set the table for the top of the Iowa order. Ben Wilmus, who awaits on deck. Counts 0-2. Here's the pitch to Andy. Swing and a miss. Back-to-back breaking balls. He had Andy fooled. And Nelson is out number 1. And that brings up Wilmus. Iowa's plan has worked so far. Got Mascot out of the game pretty early. Wasn't anticipating him to go very long anyways, just based on how long he'd been in games earlier this season. But now I've gotten to the first bullpen arm, the second pitcher of the day. And let's get him out of the game. Grunkemeyer settling in a bit. He's retired 5 in a row. First pitch strike to Wilmus. A 1 to Ben. Breaking ball outside. Northwestern's best pitcher will go tomorrow. Leboki. Next pitch to Wilmus is in the dirt. That's low. Leboki goes tomorrow for the Wildcats, a 2-2 record. 3.89 ERA. Interestingly enough, he has 2 saves, 5 starts. 33 strikeouts and 6 walks. He'll go tomorrow for the Wildcats. Wilmus takes up and in, 3-1. So it'll be Leboki versus Savary in a good pitching matchup tomorrow. Northwestern pitching this today like a bullpen game, but need to see more bullpen arms. Let's run them dry here and put them behind the 8 ball for the rest of the weekend. That's the plan for the Hawks. 3-1 pitch to Wilmus. Ben takes inside for ball 4. He walks. Sixth walk of the day issued by the Northwestern staff. Gable Mitchell comes up. Mitchell singled in the second inning. He would later score. First pitch to Mitchell. He lines into right field. Shallow right, and it's caught by Freeman for the second out of the inning. Gable just a bit too early on the off speed. Got the head of the bat around on it. Soft fly ball to right. Here's Reese Moore. 2 outs in the Hawkeye fourth. It's 5-0 Iowa. All 5 runs came across in the second inning for the Hawks. Wilmus the runner at first base. Long pause. Here's the pitch. Reese swinging for the fences. He missed it. Grunkemeyer settling in now for the Wildcats, doing a nice job out of the bullpen. I would like to see as many arms as possible in this first game. Pickoff move over to first. Wilmus back without issue. Two outs for Reese. Strong left-handed hitter for Iowa. Long pause from Grunkemeyer, the 0-1. Reese took downstairs, 1-1. Reese with a 2 RBI single his last time up. He beat the shift, went opposite field to the left side. The third baseman is playing in that 5.5 hole over there on the left. Shortstop right behind second base. Moore taps foul over to the right. Second baseman shading over to the right just a bit. He's playing deeper, giving himself plenty of room, plenty of time just in case Reese rips one at him. Counts 1-2 on Moore. He's reached both times today. Base hit came with 2 strikes and 2 outs last time, and in this at-bat, he strikes out. Chased a pitch outside. Grunkemeyer doing a nice job for Northwestern. He keeps Iowa off the scoreboard in the top of the 4th inning. We'll be right back with more after this. Iowa 5, Northwestern nothing. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
I'm Wyatt Black, defensive line, Iowa. On the field, I take on double teams, stop the run, and sack the quarterback.
Sullivan now runs for his life, and he's obliterated by Y.A. Black. Here's the snap, the spot.
Yes,
and it's blocked it. Kick is
don't touch it. Don't touch the ball.
Hawks get it back. Y.A. Black, that man, what a momentum shift there.
Off the field, I help my body's defense by choosing vaccines that are right for me. Ask your doctor or healthcare provider which vaccines are right for you.
A message from Iowa HHS.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. SiriusXM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got you covered. On SiriusXM College Sports Radio, there's complete coverage of every major conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along on the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now you can get 3 months of SiriusXM free. Subscribe now. See offer details at SiriusXM.com/College Sports Radio 24.
At the game or at home, Wimmer's premium quality hot dogs and sausages will score with family and friends. Take the highest quality beef and pork and you get the best tasting hot dog. Wimmer's, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. Bottom of the 4th inning in Evanston, Iowa 5, Northwestern nothing. Cade Obermuller will face the top of the Wildcat lineup, not McElpatrick and Freeman. He picked up a couple of strikeouts against this trio in the bottom of the 1st. Knott will be the first hitter, left-handed batter for the Wildcats. Batting average at .252. Cade struck him out looking in the 1st. Lefty-on-lefty matchup. Obermuller's first pitch, slider outside. Iowa with 5 runs, 4 hits, no errors. Northwestern, straight line of zeros. Cade from the stretch, the 1-0. Slider out. Missed again, 2-0. Scouting report says to start away on Knott. Cade's done that, but he's been too far out of the zone. Obermueller's 2-0. His sharply lined foul over to the left. 2 balls and a strike now. Knott's about the same hitter that he was last year. He batted .276 for the Wildcats. Not very many strikeouts, though. 27 last year. He's already got 17 this year. Cade whips a fastball by him, 2-2. Cade cooking, mid-90s with the fastball. We'll see what he throws Knott this time. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Obermueller ready. The pitch. It hit him up and in, got him. That got away from Cade, and that's the first Northwestern base runner as Knott is hit by the pitch. McElpatrick will come up now for Northwestern. He flied out to Wilmison left. That's .312 for the Wildcats. 8 doubles for McElpatrick. Short lead at first base. Cade's pitch. Strike 1. Low 90s there from Cade. Iowa middle infield at double play depth. There's the 0-1. Strike 2 right around the knees and outer edge. Good pitch from Obermueller. You make contact on that, it's got ground ball written all over it. Back-to-back fastballs from Obermueller. See if he goes slider. Nothing in 2. Here's the pitch. Fastball just high. Good looking pitch from Obermueller. Stayed upstairs. Nobody out in the Northwestern 4th. Counts 1-2 on McElpatrick. Obermueller will throw it over to first. Not the base runner for the Wildcats over there. Not much of a stolen base threat are these Wildcats. They're last in the Big Ten with 15. 1-2, swing and a miss. Sit down on the slider. 1 down now for Obermueller and the Hawkeyes. Seventh strikeout of the game for Obermueller. We are in the 4th inning. Here's Freeman, left-handed hitter. Cade's first pitch. Fastball at the knees, strike 1. Wildcats have not liked the strike zone today, and they're showing it visibly. Short lead at first base from Knott. He only has a stolen base on the year, just 1. Here's a ground ball right side. Swales charges, flips to second for 1, over to first. Late throw to Wolf as Freeman beats it out. Would have been a tough play. Swales had to come forward several steps to field it. Did a nice job to get the lead runner at second base. Kucherak comes up now for the Wildcats. He grounded out his first time up. 2 down. Freeman, the runner at first. He's tied for the team lead in stolen bases with 3. Obermueller deals strike 1 to Kucherak. This is a big spot here for Cade. You don't necessarily want to face Lyolas in this inning. That would mean that there has been some damage done or some runners on. Lyolas, the best hitter for the Wildcats. He's in the on-deck circle. 0-1. Popped up right side. Wolf sprints over, and he runs out of room. This will find the seats foul. Cade in the driver's seat, 0-2. Obermueller looking for another strikeout in this inning. He sits at 7 now. Throw over to first base. Kucherak. That's .242 for the Wildcats. Does have some power. He's got 6 home runs. No balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Cade takes a deep breath from the belt. Throws it over to first base again. Freeman not too concerned. He hasn't had to dive back once. The move over to first is just to keep him around. 0-2 is the count. Cade's pitch, high and out. Rogers breaks out of his stance to grab it. I suppose a good chase pitch from Cade, high fastball, but not close enough to get Kucherak to offer. 1-2 now. We'll see what he goes with. Cade's ready. From the belt, kicks and fires. High again with the fastball, 2-2. Lyolas on deck. Don't want to face him in this inning. 5-0 Iowa, bottom of the 4th. First base runner of the day for the Wildcats got on. That was Preston Knott. Hit by a pitch. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Pitch from Cade. Swing and a miss. Slider outside, and Kucherak couldn't resist. Strikeout number 8 on the day for Obermueller. We're through 4 in Evanston. 5-0 Hawks. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
What does it mean to be locally owned and operated? For Cenex, it means everything. It means that we know if you take your coffee to go or if you like to stay a while. It means we've helped Little Leagues get jerseys and local festivals get funding. It means we know what our communities need. So you'll always leave Cenex with a full tank, full of snacks, or full of smiles. Or all of the above. And that means the world to us. Cenex, powered locally.
Whether you're traveling for business, pleasure, sports, or with one of our guided tours, our team of travel experts at Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited will ensure you have a memorable, worry-free experience. Let our professional travel advisors with extensive travel experience and destination knowledge handle your every travel need. Family-owned and operated, Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited has been serving the Hawkeye community for many years, receiving the Agency of Choice Awards several times. Make your travels easy with Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited at duagency.com.
As a proud sponsor of the Iowa Hawkeyes, U.S. Cellular wants you to make the most of today by choosing game day traditions first and scrolling later. U.S. Cellular, built for us. Iowa 5, Northwestern 0. Top of the 5th inning. They're rolling with Grunkemeyer. And Iowa has seen him a couple of times now. The soft-throwing sidearm pitcher for the Wildcats. See if Iowa can break through against him. Chased Mascot early, as expected, and I don't mean that disrespectfully, but I didn't think Mascot was going to go that far anyway. 4 appearances for him in 2 2/3 total innings pitched. And so you just knew that it's not like he was going to come out here and throw 6, even if he was on. And so he did not make it through the second. But Grunkemeyer's been out there for a while now. Need to see more arms out of this bullpen. Miles Risley bats for Iowa. He's down in the count, 0-2. Mascot got into the second, but he only threw 1 inning, unable to record an out. This is Grunkemeier's 4th inning of work. 0-2 on Risley. Here's the pitch. Miles takes low. Risley with a ground out and an RBI single today. One, two. Called third strike on a fastball way outside. And Risley is down on strikes to begin the Hawkeye 5th. Tough break for Miles. Here's Caleb Wolf. He'll get his second opportunity to hit off of Grunkemeier. Bounced out to shortstop back in the second inning. First pitch to Caleb is a good breaking ball. Outer edge on Wolf, the left-handed hitter for Iowa. Caleb has also walked and scored. This game has settled down quite a bit. The 0-1 outside this time, 1-1. Iowa scored all 5 of its runs in the second inning. More runs than hits for Iowa today. 5 runs, 4 hits. 1-1 pitch to Wolf. Caleb taps foul over to the right. Obermuller's been lights out for Iowa. Could use a few more runs just to feel even better about it. Ball and 2 strikes on Wolf with 1 out. Nobody on base. The pitch to Caleb. This is lined into center field, but right to Mills, who caught it, 2 down. Iowa has not had a base hit since the second inning. Just 1 base runner since then. It was a 1-out walk to Ben Wilmus in the 4th. Here's Dan Rogers. Comes up with nobody on and 2 outs. Rogers with a walk and a fly out this afternoon. First pitch to Rogers. That's low. Cool and cloudy day. It's borderline dark now. Just past 3:20 Central Time. 1-0 is just foul. Hit on a line to first base. Message to the team. Northwestern is gritty. They'll fight. They'll keep playing. So Iowa needs to keep the foot on the gas. Leading 5-0 in the 5th. Here's the 1-1. That's high, above the letters. Rogers lays off. Grunkemeier, the right-hander, he's ready. He delivers the 2-1. That popped right out of the hand and dropped in the strike zone. Dan watched it, 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes. The pitch to Rogers. Line drive, right side, backhand stopped by the first baseman. Race to the bag. In time, Gannis got there. A sharply hit line drive, 1 hopper to Gannis. Backhand diving stop, and he records the out. An outstanding play for the Northwestern defense. We'll go to the bottom of the 5th after this. 5-0 Iowa. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At U.S. Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing US Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever. Oh my goodness.
Visit U.S. Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to US Mode, even if you're not a customer. U.S. Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
Brown Deer Golf Club offers a pure golf experience. Manicured bentgrass fairways with tees and greens carved into gracefully rolling landscape. Challenging, yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. Treat yourself to Bunker's Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic Greenview Banquet Room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brown Deer Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
For a taste of unique flavors you'll love, stop by Molly's Cupcakes in downtown Iowa City for homemade cupcakes, cookies, cakes, bars, and coffee drinks. Molly's Cupcakes is a proud supporter of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Join the Swarm and team up with Iowa athletes to support local charities. Make a difference today. Visit iowaswarm.com to learn more. Bottom of the fifth inning at Miller Park in Evanston. Iowa 5, Northwestern nothing. Cade Obermueller out for another inning of work. Cade through 4 innings has thrown 43 pitches. He has 8 strikeouts. Cade has been dealing. On the drive over here yesterday, I was listening to some SEC baseball. LSU and Oklahoma, they started their series a day early. I think the SEC is doing the series Thursday, Friday, Saturday across the league this weekend. As Obermueller gets set to pitch to Lyolas, he gets a swing and a miss on a slider. LSU beat Oklahoma in a top 10 matchup 2-0. LSU's pitcher, Cade Anderson, through a complete game, had a career-high 15 strikeouts. He threw 135 pitches. 135 pitches in a college game. I don't think you've seen that in recent history, and I don't think you've seen it even in the pros in quite some time. Obermueller up in the count, 0-2 on Lyolas. Here's the pitch, slider outside. Cade just surpassed the 45-pitch mark now in the 5th inning. 135 pitches, complete game shutout, as number 7 LSU beat number 10 Oklahoma. The 1-2. Just outside. Heck of a pitch from Obermueller. He's trying to get Lyolas on the slider, and it was off the plate. Good-looking pitch. I don't know how Lyolas didn't swing at it as he had chased the other 2. Counts now 2-2. Cade's pitch. Swing and a miss. Made him look silly on that one. Another strikeout of Lyolas. Second time today that Cade's gotten him. And Obermueller up to 9 strikeouts. Here's Markinson. He was first pitch swinging his last time up in the 2nd inning. He grounded out to Mitchell at short. Right-handed hitter. Cade's first pitch is a fastball that snapped outside. (1-0) is a slider that dropped in for a high strike call, 1-1. Markinson, the catcher for the Wildcats, he turns around to home plate umpire Mark Winters. He's been seeing pretty much the same zone all day. 1-1, swing and a miss. Good cut from Markinson, but he couldn't touch it. Markinson, very low strikeout rate. The 1-2. Chop to the right side. Tough play. Obermueller off the mound. Race to the bag, and he beats Markinson there. Athletic play from Obermueller to win the race to the bag. The ball was hit beyond the mound. Cade, after he landed, after pitching it, he had to turn and run backwards to track it down. And he avoided a collision at first base to retire Markinson. Two down for Jack Counsell. First pitch strike from Obermueller. Jack Counsell, the son of Craig Counsell, manager for the Chicago Cubs. Here's a chopper to the right side. Swales has it on 2 bounces. He'll throw out Council at first base. Another 1-2-3 inning for Obermuller and the Hawkeyes. We're through 5 in Evanston. 5-0 Hawks. This is Iowa baseball from Learfield.
Express Midwest is Iowa's locally owned and operated ground transportation specialists who have served Iowa City for more than 37 years. With a selection of chauffeured black cars, limos, sprinters, and buses, they have solutions for all your transport needs. Check out their website to find a full list of services, rates, and more at expressmidwest.com. That's expressmidwest.com.
Play ball! It's college baseball season, and we're here to talk about it.
Every week, join Kyle Schassberger and me, David Kahn, as we deliver the best of college baseball.
We've got all the diamond talk you can imagine, with interviews from coaches, players, broadcasters, and more.
Plus, we'll give you our weekly rankings, hot takes, and a whole lot of fun.
Step into the batter's box, so let us deliver our best fastball.
Wherever you podcast by searching College Sports Now.
Oak Knoll's mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care, a not-for-profit life plan community serving the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is conveniently located near the University of Iowa Healthcare campus, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, and downtown Iowa City, proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Visit oakknoll.com to learn more. All right, Grunkemeier's finally out of the game. The Wildcats go to the bullpen and bring in Christian Fornes. Fornes into the game for the Wildcats. He's a left-handed pitcher, a first year for the Wildcats, making his 7th appearance. He does have a 1-0 record with a 14.85 ERA. He's only thrown 6 2/3 innings this season. He's walked 10, only struck out 3. Surrendered 11 earned runs, 8 hits. Opponents bat .333 against him. Left-hander out of the stretch. Pitching to Ben Swales. He's missed twice. Seven, 8, 9. Swales, Schulte, and Nelson due up. 2-0 pitch to Ben. There's a strike. Firm pitching from Fornes. Upper 80s with the fastball. 2 balls and a strike. The pitch to Ben. Lined into left center field. Center fielder moving over, can't make the play. It 1 hops in front of him. Swales is on with a leadoff single, the 5th hit of the game for the Hawkeyes. Fornes goes fastball more than 70% of the time. Poor control on the off speed. Does have a curveball / slider and a changeup. Cooper Schulte up now for Iowa. Hawks lead at 5-0 in the 6th. First pitch to Schulte's inside. Just above the knees, but not have been a friendly place to take a pitch this afternoon. Swales, the speedy runner at first base. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball outside. Missed everything. 2-0. Schulte with 16 hits and 54 at-bats. 2 home runs on the season for Coop. Counts 2-0 on him with nobody out. Fornes in a staring competition with Swales. Schulte ripped this foul. He was all over the 87-mile-an-hour fastball high in the zone. He pulled it down the left field line. Foul. There is some pop in Coop's bat. See if he can straighten it out. Fornes is 2-1. Breaking ball outside. So far the scouting report has been correct. Cannot land the breaking ball. Schulte walked in a run and scored in the 2nd. He did strike out in the 3rd. Currently in the 6th, Iowa on top 5-0. 3-1 pitch. Swales takes off. The pitch is a called strike. Throw down to 2nd. Swales is there safely. A bang-bang play, but Ben beat it. And for Swales, that's his 5th stolen base of the season. Full count now on Schulte. Here's the 3-2. Grounded foul past Coach Bo at third. Coop has been ready for the fastball. Maybe a little too ready, a little too early. He'll look to put one between the white lines. We'll do it again at 3-2. Here's the pitch. Another line drive foul past third base. Coach Bo kind of looks at Coop. Gives him a tilt to the head. Just saying hello. Payoff pitch to Schulte. Iowa in business in the sixth. There it comes. High fly ball down the line and left. Left fielder moving over. He's run out of room. It is foul. If Schulte wins this at bat, the Iowa dugout is going to go nuts. Full count again. Here it comes. Popped up on the infield. Wind might play some tricks on it. It's the first baseman who makes the play. Gannis makes the catch as Schulte pops out. Long at bat for Coop. Not rewarded as he's out number one. Here's Andy Nelson. Andy's 0 for 2 this afternoon. Iowa leads at 5-0 in the sixth. Haven't scored since the second when all 5 runs came across. Swales dancing around at second base. First pitch strike to Andy. Fornes pitches from the left side. He operates on the third base side of the rubber for Northwestern. The 0-1. Nelson takes low outside. Ooh, strike 2 called. Leadoff single from Swales and a pop out, and now Nelson down in the count 0-2. He hits this down the left field line. It is fair and into the corner. Swales jogs home. Nelson into second with a stand-up double. 6-0 Hawks. RBI double for Andy Nelson. Seventh RBI of the year for Andy. Off speed that broke in towards his knees. He was able to get around on it and keep it fair down the left field line. Iowa adds another now in the sixth. Top of the order, here's Wilmus. First pitch to Ben. He takes up and in. Turned away from it. First extra base hit of the game for the Hawks. And it's Andy Nelson. An RBI double. 6 runs, 6 hits for Iowa. Wilmus has one of those 6 hits. He singled in the second. The 1-0. Ben takes a low strike. Ben also walked today, so he's been a force getting on base. A ball and a strike. Left-handed pitcher, right-handed hitter. Here's the pitch. Ben hits well to left center field. Center fielder Mills going back, still running, and he caught up to it to make the grab. Nelson tags from second to third. Wilmus crushed that, but the ball not carrying out of here to center, and Mills able to grab it. That's twice today that Ben has given the ball a ride. No reward yet. Nelson with the heads-up play to tag from second to third, so he stands there with 2 outs. Wild pitch would score a run. A base hit from Gable Mitchell would do the same. Mitchell in the box. Lefty-on-lefty matchup. First pitch to Gable is high above his head. Whoa. Almost right on cue there with the wild pitch. Gable's 1 for 3 this afternoon. Singled and scored in the second. Fornes is ready, the 1-0. That's low and out. Markinson has to smother it. Gets the chest parallel with the turf so that as the ball bounces into his chest protector, goes right back into the ground, doesn't kick away left or right. Fornes has been all over the place against the left-handed hitting Mitchell. Struggles against lefties. 2-0 to Gable. Fastball, good pitch, low outside corner, 2-1. Nelson at third base for Iowa. He's driven in a run now today. Next pitch outside to Mitchell. Gable hasn't seen much to hit. Reese Moore on deck. Three balls and a strike. The pitch to Mitchell. High chopper, hit on the ground, right side. Going to be a tough play. Second baseman is there. Throw to first, not in time. And Fornes was off the bag anyway. Nelson comes down the line to score. Effort and hustle from Mitchell to beat it out. Infield single for Gable. 7-0 Hawks. Time is called. Looks like we'll have a review. I think this is a worthy review for Northwestern. They're challenging the call at first base. Very awkward as Gannis came forward and towards the mound to field it. Fornes moved over from the rubber. He was aiming to field it and then morphed into the cover of the bag. Counsell was fielding it the whole time. He came forward at second base. It'll be a bang-bang play. I'm not even sure that the throw beat Mitchell. And if it did, they're saying that Fornes' foot was not on the first base bag. Sports Information Director, SID up here, Sam Bosler, going frame by frame with the replay. Sam says safe. We'll see if he's right. They'd have to overturn it. And, hey, they have overturned a call today. It'll be close. If the call stands or is confirmed, it'll be 7-0 Iowa, and the inning will continue. If not, the score will go back to 6-0, and we'll head to the bottom of the sixth. We're back at the ballpark tomorrow at 1 o'clock against Northwestern. Aaron Savary to pitch. And he'll go against Leboke. Sam Leboke for Northwestern. Iowa at 18-9 on the season, 10-2 in the Big Ten. All right, replay is done. They have said that Mitchell is safe at first base, so the call stands. And the inning continues. Mitchell with the infield single, bringing home Nelson. 7-0 Hawks, and here comes Reese Moore. Reese has gotten on base twice today. Walked in the first, singled home a pair of runs in the second. He did strike out his last time up in the fourth. Lefty on lefty matchup. Fornes set, and he'll throw it over to first. Just lobbed it over. Gable was ready for it. He gets back without a dive. Moore waving the bat above his left shoulder. Fornes throws it over again to first base. 2 down for Reese. Iowa back in the run column. 2 runs so far in the 6. We'll see if Reese can add to it. Couple throws over to first base. Make it 3 in a row. Awfully concerned about Gable taking second base. And rightly so. Gable has plenty of speed and a good lead over there. Finally, the first pitch to Moore. Reese takes away. Ball 1. Reese batting .379. Live batting average. 32 RBIs for the Hawks this year. Here's the 1-0. That's in on the hands. Just about hit him, ball 2. Team lead in RBIs for Reese, also home runs. He's legged out a pair of triples. Hitters count for him, the 2-0 on its way home. Reese takes in on the belt, 3-0. Miles Risley awaits on deck. Fornes with a long pause. The left-hander fires a strike past Reese, 3-1. He had a red light the whole time. Good pitch, low outside corner, 3-1. Mitchell with a good lengthy lead at first base. And Fornes was feeling it, and so he lobbed it over. Right fielder Freeman playing quite a distance off the line. Plenty of room there for Reese if he could pull one into the corner. The 3-1. Gable takes off, and Moore knocks it foul on the ground to the right side. Full count now. Gable will be going on the pitch. 3 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Fornes set. He delivers to Moore. Reese takes high and out for ball 4. Fringe pitch, very close, but Reese walks, and the inning continues. First and second and 2 outs for Risley. 7-0 Iowa after a couple runs have come across for the Hawks in the 6th. Risley's been a solid hitter with runners on base. .390. He has an RBI single today. First pitch to Risley. Miles popped up. Right side, foul ground. Catcher gives it a look. Does he have room? He does not. 2 rows back in the stands on the foul ball. Risley's seen a lot of pitches that have been high in the zone. He's popped a few of them up. See if he can alter his swing a bit to drive them instead of popping them. Next pitch is sailed high and out, 1-1. First and second and 2 outs. A gapper would do damage. Wind softly blowing out to right. Fornes ready. Checks on Mitchell at second base. Here's the 1-1. High and out again, ball 2. Be nice to see another arm or two in this game from Northwestern. Dip even further into the bullpen. They've got a couple guys out there. This game's slipping away from them with Iowa leading 7-0 in the 6th. Anticipate you will not see those pitchers today. They'll save them for better days. Next pitch to Risley's in the air, foul over to the right, 2-2. Just like Coach Heller predicted in the pregame show. Saving their better starter for tomorrow. And if the game got away from them today, we would see some lesser used pitchers. And that is exactly how it's going this afternoon. 2-2 on Risley. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball outside. Northwestern begging for it to be called a strike, but it was way out. Full count, runners will be in motion. See if Risley can find some green grass in the outfield. Full count pitch. Fornes delivers to Miles. Ground ball foul at third. Payoff pitch on its way home to Risley. Here it is. Strike 3 called. Bottom of the zone. Risley down on strikes for the second time today. Good pitch from Fornes. And the Hawkeyes strand 2. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th. 2 more runs come across for Iowa. An RBI double from Andy Nelson. An RBI single from Gable Mitchell. 7-0 Iowa. Back for the bottom of the 6th after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Not all internet is created equal. It's a lot like choosing a quarterback. Technically, you could sign up any new rookie provider on the block, but the success of every device in your home depends on it. Will they perform in the clutch, or will they buffer under pressure? Extreme provides the speed you need with a 100% gigabit technology network and amplified Wi-Fi. And unlike signing a quarterback, Extreme Internet requires no contracts. There's only one pick to lead your team. It's Extreme, powered by Mediacom.
Express Midwest is Iowa's locally owned and operated ground transportation specialists who have served Iowa City for more than 37 years. With a selection of chauffeured black cars, limos, sprinters, and buses, they have solutions for all your transport needs. Check out their website to find a full list of services, rates, and more at expressmidwest.com. That's expressmidwest.com.
Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Brown Deer Golf Club in Coralville, featuring Bunkers Bar and Grill. Enjoy a great Bunkers menu with burgers, chicken, salads, and wraps. Also, Gimme's Pizza and Wings, a new pop-up menu at Bunkers. It's all about savory pizzas and mouth-watering wings. To-go orders are welcome, as are you and your family at Brown Deer Golf in Coralville. John Leo with you from Miller Park in Evanston. Iowa leading Northwestern 7-0 in the bottom of the 6th. Out strolls Cade Obermuller as he's ready to pitch to Tyler Gannis to lead off the inning. Gannis is 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Cade's first pitch to him in this at-bat dropped low and in for ball 1. Sharp movement on the slider. Kind of dive bombed right towards the top of Gannis's feet. Missed the zone, couldn't get him to chase it. The 1-0 is blooped into center. Risley sprinting forward. Miles still running. The ball dropped in front of him for Northwestern's first hit of the game. Gannis blooped it into center off the end of the bat. And a leadoff single for Northwestern in the bottom of the 6th. Bottom of the order now, Griffin Mills comes up. First pitch from Cade, fastball low and in. Mills also struck out in the Northwestern 3rd when Obermuller struck out the side. 1-0, inside, 2-0. Cade's been very sharp today. Goes without saying, he just allowed his first hit. We are in the 6th inning. Cade has thrown 58 pitches over the course of 5 innings. He has struck out 9 Wildcats today. 2 away from matching his career high. See if he can get there. Iowa in control, 7-0. Two-0 pitch. Cade pumped it in for a strike. Good spot, low inside corner. 91, we've seen the velocity come down from Cade just a bit. See if Cade can induce a ground ball on the infield somewhere. The 2-1, sailed high and out, ball 3. Cade takes a moment to himself to regroup. 3 balls and a strike with nobody out. Runner at first base for Northwestern. Just their second base runner of the afternoon. 3-1. There's another strike. Mills hoping that he walked. Fastball, inner third. And he had turned towards his dugout to flip his bat. Not so fast. 3 balls and 2 strikes. We'll see if Cade can come all the way back. Obermueller's pitch is hit in the air, foul over to the right. Primarily fastballs against Mills. We'll see if Cade goes with another one. Here's the 3-2. Fouled back again. 91 on the fastball from Obi. Mills bats 167. Not a ton of at-bats on the season for him. 6, that's all. He struck out 4 times. Full count pitch. Inside, just missed with the slider. Heck of a pitch from Obermueller, but it was low and in. And the 8 and 9 hitters are on for the Wildcats. And the top of the order, Preston Knott comes up with nobody out. Preston Knott takes strike 1 from Obermueller. Off speed, caught the lower portion of the zone. Knott's 0 for 1 today. Was in a 2-strike count earlier, and Cade hit him. First and second, nobody out. Cade's pitch, swing and a miss over the top of the breaker. All spin on Knott today, except for the fastball that hit him between the shoulder blades. Cade in the driver's seat, looking for his 10th strikeout of the afternoon. Time called from Knott as his elbow guard falls off. Blake Guerin is in the game. He plays first base for Iowa, defensive substitution. Cade set with the 0-2. He kicks and fires. Fouled back over our heads in the booth. Seen all spin to Knott. Cade's 0-2. Ground ball left side. Schulte gloves it. He steps on third base, throws over to first, and it's late. But a good play from Schulte to get the lead runner at third base. Nicely done. So Gannis is out. Knott reaches on the fielder's choice. And McElpatrick will come up now for the Wildcats. He's the 2-hitter, 0 for 2 this afternoon with a strikeout. First and second and 1 out. Cade checks the runner at second, now pitches outside. This will be pitch number 70 from Obermueller. Cade's 1-0 is inside. Also low, ball 2. Good part of the order coming up for the Wildcats. Cade trying to get out of a little bit of trouble here in the 6th. The 2-0 pitch. Fouled back. Oh, no, not fouled back. Just swung on and missed. And the ball gets to the backstop. And the runners will advance to second and third. It ricocheted off of Rogers' glove, the fastball. Dan just missed it. And Northwestern gets a bit of a gift there. 2 in scoring position now and 1 out. 2 balls and a strike. Cade comes set. From the belt, he pitches. Swing and a miss. Dive bomb slider. He swung over the top of it, 2-2. Hawks are vocal from the first base dugout, urging on Obermueller. 2 balls and 2 strikes with 1 out. Cade's ready. He pitches. Ground ball to the right side. This will bring in a run. Swales brings it in, throws to first base to get the out. 2 down. Northwestern's on the board. 7-1. RBI ground out for McElpatrick. And 2 outs for Jackson Freeman, left-handed hitter. Cade's first pitch is inside, and Freeman turns away. Knott is the runner at third base. Iowa leads Northwestern 7-1 in the bottom of the 6th inning. Cade's 1-0. That's a strike. 93 miles an hour. Freeman backs out of the box and shakes his head. Didn't like the call, or he was just impressed by Obermuller's fastball. Wouldn't be surprised either way. That was a great pitch from Obermuller. Count even at 1 with 2 outs. The pitch from Cade. There's strike 2. Threw it by him again. You like it the first time? How about 2 in a row? Some traffic from Northwestern in this inning. Cade can limit the damage by getting Freeman here. 1 ball, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Here's the pitch. High and tight. Out of the zone, 2-2. Cade's slider has not been as sharp in this 6th inning. It's been stellar through 5. The 2-2. This is grounded foul to the right side, and we'll do it again. Blake Guerin will lead off the Iowa 7th when we get there. Northwestern on the board now in the bottom of the 6th. The Hawks still in control, 7-1. Here's Cade's 2-2. Oh, it hit Freeman. Up and in, and he could not get out of the way. It's the second time today that Cade has hit a Northwestern batter with 2 strikes. And so the inning continues. Kucherak will come up. Just overthrew the fastball. Reared back and fired it at 94, and this will draw Coach Kenny out of the Iowa dugout just to settle his ace down and get him through the 6th. Cade's gotten through 5 2/3, given up just 1 hit, 1 run. He's walked 1, he struck out 9. His next pitch will be number 80. His pitch count is a little bit elevated in this inning. He had been on a sub-10 pitch per inning pace up until this point. Just a couple free bases today for Northwestern. 1 walk, 2 hit batters. Runners at the corners for Kucherak. 2 down. Cade can funnel it back in. First pitch to Kucherak, dropped it in for a strike. Much better with the slider. 0-1. Kucherak's 0 for 2 today. He grounded out in the 2nd. He struck out in the 4th. Comes up in a bigger spot for Northwestern. And Cade got on the rubber too quickly when Kucherak was not ready. And so a ball has been called. It's 1-1. Coach Heller tells Cade to shake it off. On to the next pitch. Here's the 1-1. Fastball just missed in. Looked good. Obermuller doesn't get the call. It's 2-1 now. Obermuller is ready again. He gets hit with it again. 3-1 now as Cade is just ready to pitch. Kucherak has taken forever to get his eyes up. And it's 3-1 now. 3 balls and a strike. Cade's ready. The pitch. Dropped it in for a strike. 3-2. Full count. Cade's waiting and waiting. Kucherak taking his time to get in the box. Now he's in there. 3 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Here's Cade's pitch. He swings and misses. He's hit by the pitch. He's out. How about that? 10th strikeout of the game from Obermueller. A swing and a miss by Kucherak, and the ball hit him in the thigh. How often do you see that? Dirty from Cade. All right, 1 run for Northwestern in the 6th. We'll bring you the 7th after this. 7-1, Iowa with the lead. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup as the top college athletic programs for the 2024-25 college athletics season? You can follow the standings of your favorite team or alma mater at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2025 to the winning institutions in all college sports divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
FS Envision Seed Corn and FS High Soy Soybeans provide best-in-class traits and genetics that perform. In farming, bushels matter to your bottom line. Our field-proven products deliver high yields year after year. Get the seed you need from the people you trust. Contact your local FS Envision and High Soy retailer or visit fsseed.com to learn more.
Iowa leads Northwestern 7-1 in the top of the 7th. The Wildcats are bringing in a new pitcher. We'll introduce him in a moment, but first, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. All right, the new pitcher into the game for the Wildcats is a first-year, another one. They've thrown all first-year pitchers today, with the exception of Mascot, who started. It's been 3 first years, as Northwestern prefers that we identify them as. They're also known as freshmen. But Carter Dans is into the game, 6'3", 190 from Newport Beach, California. Dans is into the game. And the California native, you can tell that he's a little bit chilly today. He's got long sleeves on, got turtleneck underneath the black uniform for Northwestern. Dans is in the game, and he will be making his 7th appearance of the season. He's got an 0-1 record with an 18.90 ERA. 6 2/3 innings. He's allowed 17 hits in those 6 innings. 14 runs across. He's walked 13, only struck out 4. Opponents are hitting .515 against Dans, who's into the game for Northwestern. It's all fastball. Nearly 80% of his pitches are fastballs. And Blake Guerin will get the first look at the left-handed reliever. Blake takes inside for ball 1. We're in the 7th inning. Iowa 7, Northwestern 1. The hit totals match the run totals today. 7-1. 1-0 to Guerin. Blake fouled it off. Blake's first at bat of the afternoon. He hits .229 for Iowa. 8 hits and 35 at bats. He's drawn 7 walks. He has 5 home runs on the season. 5 of his 8 hits have left the ballpark. The 1-1. Blake takes an outside strike, 1-2. Breaking ball that was away from Guerin, the right-handed hitter, but it caught the corner. Dans is ready, the 1-2. Missed. Slipped out of the hand, 2-2, as Dans snaps his fingers. Even at 2 on Guerin. See how Iowa responds after giving up a run in the bottom of the 6th. Still in control, 7-1. Here's the pitch. That's outside again, ball 3. Dans has had a bit of a different delivery on each of the pitches to Guerin, which I find interesting. Before, he's gone with almost a wind-up, but now, from the stretch, Varying his pace. Here's the 3-2. Blake crushed it to left field. Left fielder coming forward. He dropped it. Guerin is on with a leadoff single. A knuckler hit out to Knott, but on a line as Blake hit it 107 off the bat. Knott came forward. He tried to backhand slide to catch it. I don't know that he needed to drop down to a knee, but he did. And Blake is on with a leadoff single. He obliterated that pitch. Would have been extremely bad hitting luck to be robbed of a base hit. Here's Dan Rogers, lefty on lefty matchup. First pitch to D-Raj. That dropped in for a strike. Looked good from Dan's on the breaking ball. Seven to 1 Iowa in the seventh. 8 hits now for the Hawkeyes. Rogers has been held hitless today. He swings and clobbers this to right field, but hooked it foul into the Iowa bullpen. Iowa with 8 hits today. Just one of the extra base variety. Here's the 0-2 to Rogers. This is off the end of the bat and over the third baseman's head. A spinner hit into left field. Rogers with the 2-strike single. Back-to-back hits for Iowa, and the Hawks are in business in the seventh. Just shoved it over the third baseman's head. McElpatrick had no play. And a ton of spin as it hit the turf in left field. Knott had to track it down towards the line. Back-to-back singles. Brings up Ben Swales. He's been on a couple of times today. He singled and scored last inning. First pitch to Swales. Ben takes low and in. Ball 1. Nobody out for Swales and a couple runners on. See if he can advance them one way or another. The 1-0 is low. Ball 2. Dans will step off the backside of the mound, squeeze the ball tightly between both his hands, and flip it to himself as he gets back on the rubber. 2 balls, no strikes on Swales. A hitter's count for Ben. Long pause. Here's the pitch. Ben grounds it foul over to the left. Maybe a bit aggressive there from Ben on a pitch that coin flip on whether or not it would have been a called strike. Couple runners on for Swales now. 2 balls and 1 strike. Dans checks on Guerin at second base. Here's the pitch. That dropped low. 3-1. Cooper Schulte's on deck. See if Iowa can load up the bases again. Swales hits it foul past third. Probably chased ball 4 on a pitch that was downstairs. And so now Ben will have to continue to work to find his way on base. Big gap in left center for Ben, who's been on it today. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Dan's the left-hander pitches. Swales takes high, just below the eyes. And Swales is on with a walk. Maybe saw an extra pitch, but he walks, and the bases are loaded. Nobody out for Cooper Schulte. You feel like a big inning here will be a dagger in the series opener. Schulte in the box. He's found some pop in his bat. He comes up, bases loaded, nobody out. First pitch to Coop. Breaking ball outside and low, ball 1. Could this be a big inning loading for Iowa? 5 in the second, 2 in the sixth. Knocking at the door, bases loaded, nobody out. The 1-0 pitch to Schulte. This is grounded foul in the box. Schulte has a walk today. He's retired his last 2 times up, though. Next pitch. Low and in. 2 balls and a strike. Dans has missed downstairs several times to Iowa hitters. He's tried to clip the top of the zone, but has missed a few times as well. More of a vertical miss. Low again, 3-1 with Andy Nelson on deck. Bases loaded and nobody out. The 3-1 to Schulte. He takes low and in. Ball 4. Iowa pushes another run across. It's 8-1 on the bases loaded walk of Cooper Schulte, just like he did in the second. That's how he brings home this run for Iowa in the 7th. Mound visit here for the Wildcats, as their head coach Ben Greenspan makes his way to the mound, and he tells the infielders to stay away. Head coach, pitcher, catcher. That's a 3-way conversation. But I believe on the mound right now it is 1 way, and it's a schematic conversation. It's a see Greenspan, the coach, showing a mechanic adjustment that he would make to Dans, the pitcher. Mound visit's wrapped up. And Iowa knocking at the door on a major inning. 8-1, top of the 7th. Bases are loaded for Andy Nelson and nobody out. Top of the order, Ben Wilmus awaits on deck. First pitch to Andy. Inside again. Ball 1. Dans has thrown 21 pitches. Not very many of them have been strikes. The 1-0 is downstairs. 22 pitches now, 9 strikes from Dans. It'll be hard for Iowa hitters to lock in. Andy's been a solid career hitter for the Hawkeyes. 2 balls, no strikes. Pitch to Nelson. Andy swings over the top, 2-1. Right fielder Freeman playing shallow out there. Andy with opposite field power. We'll see how he does on the 2-1. He hits it left side. That's foul. Just to the left of third base. And it's 2-2 now. So Dans has come back in the strike zone to even the count. 2 balls, 2 strikes with nobody out. A Hawkeye on every base. Here's the pitch to Nelson. Breaking ball upstairs. Ball 3. Had a lot of movement. It was close. It almost dropped in the top of the zone. That would have been a tough break. But Andy trusts it, and it stays upstairs. Full count for Nelson, who's choked up on the bat. The pitch to Andy. Ground ball foul to third again. Nelson takes a moment to regroup outside of the batter's box. Now he gets back in. 8-1 Iowa in the 7th. More runs to be scored. Bases are loaded and nobody out. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Nelson. Here's the pitch from Dans. High, ball 4. Another run comes in. It's 9-1. Rogers touches home, and the top of the order comes up for Iowa. And Wilmus will face a new Northwestern pitcher with the bases loaded and nobody out. Iowa trying to put this one away to open the series against Northwestern. We're back after this pitching change break. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup as the top college athletic programs for the 2024-25 college athletics season? You can follow the standings of your favorite team or alma mater at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2025 to the winning institutions in all college sports divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
At U.S. Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever. Oh my goodness.
Visit U.S. Cellular in-store or online and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. U.S. Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
New pitcher into the game for Northwestern is Ethan Borgren. And guess what? He's a first year. He's a freshman. Utility player, local kid from Chicago. I guess I shouldn't say that he's a freshman. He is a first year within the program. Says that his previous school was Lane Tech. And so Borgren is in the game. He's a right-hander. He'll pitch for Northwestern, making his 4th appearance of the season, a 6 flat ERA. He's thrown 3 innings, given up 3 hits, 2 runs, 2 walks, and a strikeout. He has given up 2 home runs. And so the right-handed Borgren is into the game for the Wildcats. And he will pitch. Mike reaches out and reminds us about Jack Counsell, the second baseman for the Wildcats. He is the son of Cubs manager Craig Counsell. Thanks for that note, Mike. Appreciate you listening to Iowa Baseball today. We'd love to hear where you're listening from. As Iowa taking care of business so far, it is 9-1 in the top of the 7th inning. The bases are loaded for Ben Wilmus. There are no outs. And in conference play, the run rule is in effect for all games, all conference games. And what an opportunity for Iowa to maybe get out of here a bit early if the Hawks can score at least 2 more and hold Northwestern off the board in the bottom of the 7th. All right, Wilmus in the box to face off against Borgren. Right-handed pitcher, right-handed hitter. A hawk on every base for Ben. First pitch, Wilmus, check swing. Ooh, called a strike anyway. Right at the top of the zone. Ben is outstanding with the bases loaded. A clean 800. A lot of room on the right side of the infield for Wilmus. Here comes the 0-1. Ben takes, and the pitch sailed outside. Ben's been on twice today, just 1 hit, but he has walked. Back-to-back singles to start the inning for Iowa, then 3 straight walks. 1-1 to Wilmus. Outside by a healthy margin, 2-1. Northwestern's pitching staff today, when their pitchers have missed, they have not been particularly close. 2-1 on Wilmus. Stands with a narrow stance in the box. Here's the pitch. Ben hits in the air to right center field. Right fielder Freeman going back, still running. He's at the track. He backpedals, makes the catch. All runners will tag as Swales comes down the line to score. It's now 10-1. Another run is coming as Schulte comes all the way home to score as Northwestern had fallen asleep. Heads up base running by Schulte. 2 runs score on the sacrifice from Ben Wilmus to deep right. Andy Nelson winds up at third base. Coach Heller's going to love that. Heads up base running from the Hawks. Northwestern had fallen asleep on the cutoff throw into second base, and Schulte said, forget it, I'll try to score 2. And it's 11-1. Mitchell, the batter now, with Nelson at third. Gable swings at the first pitch and knocked it foul into the netting. Gable with a couple of hits today. Another one would be an insurance run of the run rule in the 7th. Here's the 0-1. Gable wisely watches outside. One out in the inning for Gable. Infield stays back for Northwestern. 11-1 Iowa with the lead in the 7th now. The 1-1. Mitchell pops up on the infield. Can it get out of play? No. The catcher, Markinson, makes the play for the second out. That one hurts. Pop up to the catcher by Mitchell. 2 down for Reese Moore. I think in my 3 years on the radio with Iowa baseball, I've never seen a 2 RBI sac fly. That's a first. Ben Wilmus just did that to put Iowa up by 10. First pitch to Reese Moore. Inside, backed him away from the plate. Nelson still at third base for Iowa. Could be an extra run out there with the Hawks up by 10 in the 7th. Next pitch to Reese is guided low and out, 2-0. 4 runs for Iowa in the 7th and only 2 hits. How about that? Hitters count for Moore with 2 outs. Here's the 2-0. Reese watched it go outside. Ball 3. Reese has already walked twice today. Northwestern could be strategically pitching around him. Not comfortable pitching to Moore with so much power. 3-0. That's low. Ball 4. His 3rd walk of the day. Reese has been on 4 times. He's scattered in a hit with a couple of RBIs as well. It's been a good day on base percentage-wise for Reese. That brings up Miles Risley. Risley trying to turn his day around. He's 1 for 4. A couple of strikeouts have left a bad taste in his mouth. First and third for Risley with 2 outs. It's 11-1 Iowa with the lead in the 7th. Can close this game out early if they hold Northwestern off the scoreboard in the bottom half of the inning. First pitch to Risley is low and out. See if Cade comes back out for the bottom of the 7th or if the Hawkeyes elect to go to the bullpen. Wildcats put a little pressure on. Risley swings at the next pitch and lifts it, fouling out a play over to the right. A lot of pop flies from Risley. Mechanically maybe getting under the ball a bit. Went through a stretch over the past few weeks where Miles was really driving the baseball. Counts 1-1 on him with 2 outs. First and third for Iowa. Here's the pitch. That's low. 2 balls and a strike. Nelson at third. Moore at first base. Berggren, the pitcher for Northwestern, comes set. And the 2-1. Risley lines into right field for a base hit. Nelson scores, and it's an RBI single for Miles, who drove it to right. Just what you need to do on a pitch that's low and outside. 12-1 Iowa. And that could be a big insurance type of run with the run rule in play. Second RBI of the day for Miles. First and second for Blake Guerin with 2 outs. Blake destroyed a ball to start this inning to left field. First pitch to him. Blake nearly hit by the pitch. It crossed at the shins and low. Five runs on 3 hits for Iowa in the inning. Hawkeyes are trying to get out of here early. Lead at 12-1 in the 7th. Here's the 1-0. Low and out. Ball 2. Leboki and Savary tomorrow in what many are predicting to be the better pitching matchup of the weekend. 2-0 on Guerin. Here's the pitch. Blake takes outside again, ball 3. Northwestern did not throw any of their top bullpen arms today. Iowa has yet to turn to the bullpen. Cade Obermuller continuing to pitch. We'll see if he comes out for the bottom of the 7th. Here's the 3-0. Blake has the green light and hits it foul down the left field line. It's 3-1. Blake is eager to hit. No problem with the green light there. At 3-1, we'll see what Borgren throws. Here it comes. Blake hits a ground ball up the middle. The shift is on for the Wildcats. The second baseman gloves it, and he throws it to first base to get Guerin. That'll do it for the top of the 7th. Time to stretch things out. Iowa 3 outs away from victory if they can keep Northwestern off the board or limit them to just 1. It is 12-1. Hawkeyes with the lead. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Express Midwest is Iowa's locally owned and operated ground transportation specialists who have served Iowa City for more than 37 years. With a selection of chauffeured black cars, limos, sprinters, and buses, they have solutions for all your transport needs. Check out their website to find a full list of services, rates, and more at expressmidwest.com. That's expressmidwest.com. Whether you're traveling for business, pleasure, sports, or with one of our guided tours, our team of travel experts at Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited will ensure you have a memorable, worry-free experience. Let our professional travel advisors with extensive travel experience and destination knowledge handle your every travel need. Family-owned and operated, Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited has been serving the Hawkeye community for many years, receiving the Agency of Choice Award several times. Make your travels easy with Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited at duagency.com.
For comprehensive coverage of college baseball, tune into SiriusXM Big Ten Radio Channel 372 in the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app. SiriusXM is the home of your favorite team and conference, including live games plus interviews and analysis. So cheer along with the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. Get a free trial at SiriusXM.com/Big Ten Radio 2025. Iowa 12, Northwestern 1. We're here for the bottom of the 7th. Could be the last chance for the Wildcats. Cade Obermuller continuing to pitch for the Hawkeyes. He fires strike 1 past Trent Liolis. Liolis 0 for 2 today with 2 strikeouts. Cade's had his number, but Liolis by far Northwestern's best hitter. Always dangerous. The 0-1, slider missed outside. 1-1. Cade's gotten through 6 innings, allowed 1 hit, 1 run, which was unearned. 1 walk and 10 strikeouts for Obermuller. The 1-1. Here's strike 2 at the knees. Liolis puzzled by the call. He didn't like it, and it's 1-2. Now, Cade has fooled him with the slider pretty much all game. We'll see if he goes with it. If you throw it remotely close, you might get him fishing. Cade set with the 1-2. Strike 3 called. Forget anything I said there. Fastball, how you doing at 94? And Cade matches his career high with 11 strikeouts. And he dominates Liolis today. 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts for the Northwestern slugger. 11 Ks for Cade. Bennett Markinson is up with 1 away. First pitch is hit well to right field. Nelson drifts back. Andy caught it for the second out. Iowa 1 out away from victory this afternoon. Jack Council will come up as Northwestern's last hope. Cade ready to pitch. He has been stellar today. Obermuller deals fastball. That's amped up at 96. Out of the zone. Cade dropped to the low 90s there in the 5th and the 6th, but hello at 96. Next pitch is slapped foul out of play. Council's 0 for 2 today with a strikeout. And the Hawkeyes leading 12-1 in the bottom of the 7th. 1 out away from victory. Left-handed pitcher, right-handed hitter, the 1-1. Snapped it high and out. Slipped out of the hand there from Obermueller. The 2-1. That caught the outside corner. 2-2 with the slider. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Last chance for the Wildcats. Cade from the belt. He pitches. Outside, ball 3. Good pitch from Obermueller. Why not try to hit that outside corner again, but it was too far away. And so the count's now full. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Obermueller from the belt, pitches. Popped up down the left field line. That's fouling out of play. We'll do it again. Cade looking for a career-high 12th strikeout. And if he gets it, he'll get the Hawkeyes a win. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Obi's ready. He kicks. He fires. Swing and a miss. He got him. Career high 12th strikeout. And the Hawkeyes slam the door on Northwestern. A 12-1 winner in 7 innings. How about those Hawkeyes? 12 runs on 10 hits for Iowa. Clean baseball defensively. 1 run, 1 hit, 1 error for Northwestern. Iowa dominates the Wildcats in the series opener. We're back with post-game coverage right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Are aches, pains, or injuries keeping you on the sidelines? At Athletico, our movement experts are here to help you turn your setbacks into comebacks and create a personalized game plan for your recovery. With no prescription or referral needed, Athletico Physical Therapy is where your comeback story begins. Get started today by scheduling a free assessment at athletico.com. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
You don't have a lot of time to make decisions today if you want to be out front with the newest products. This is Joe Mershman from Mershman Seeds. Did you know that we're one of the first 2 companies to offer Enlist E3 soybeans in the United States? And because of that, you benefit from it. Here's Ben Pieper to tell you more.
With Enlist E3 soybeans, we have a front row seat to the highest yielding germplasm that's on the market. That allows us to focus on the things that matter to you, making sure you get what you ordered delivered on time to ensure the highest yielding soybeans for your farm.
Contact your local Mershman Seeds dealer today. They care and are ready to help you.
Iowa takes care of business and beats Northwestern in the series opener 12-1 in 7 innings. Back-to-back run rule victories. Tip your cap to Cade Obermueller, who is lights out for Iowa on the mound today. He gets the win, improves to 3-2 on the season. Obermueller goes the complete game, 7 innings, gave up just 1 hit, 1 run that was unearned. He walked 1. He struck out a career-high 12 batters today. He faced 25 Northwestern hitters. He threw 97 pitches, 66 strikes. Outstanding performance from Cade Obermueller this afternoon to get Iowa their 19th win of the season and to take a half-a-game lead on UCLA in the Big Ten standings. Iowa now 11-2 in the league. Northwestern drops to 13-14. They are 5-5. Now in the Big Ten. Iowa 12-1 with the win over Northwestern today in 7 innings. As we look offensively, Iowa with 12 runs, 10 hits. They did leave 8 on. A couple of Hawkeyes with multi-hit games. Gable Mitchell was 2 for 5 with an RBI and a run scored today. Miles Risley also 2 for 5. He drove in 2 runs. Ben Wilmus 1 for 3 this afternoon, 2 runs batted in. He did have a run scored as well. Other Hawkeyes with hits, Blake Guerin, Dan Rogers, Ben Swales, and Andy Nelson, each with a hit for the Hawkeyes today. Reese Moore was 1 for 2. He had 2 runs batted in. He walked 3 times. For Northwestern, their lone batter with a hit was Tyler Gannis, the 8-hitter. He singled in the 6th inning. So Cade, through all those stats, the only time he allowed a hit was late. It was in the 6th. He struck out Lyolas, Northwestern's best hitter, 3 times. And he struck out Kucherak and Council twice. The only Northwestern hitter he did not strike out was the catcher Bennett Markinson, who has very low strikeout rates as it is. We'll talk with Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Cancer doesn't care. It doesn't care what you look like, how old you are, what you do, or where you live. We do. University of Iowa Healthcare is doing more to beat cancer than anyone in the state. From second opinions to life-saving treatments that happen here first. We lead the way in research, training, and care because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Iowa baseball.
Iowa beats Northwestern to open the series today 12-1 in 7 innings. Back-to-back run rule victories for the Hawkeyes. We're joined by Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland. Coach, a dominant performance from a team today.
Yeah, it starts on the mound, like we said. Cade did an outstanding job and threw a ton of strikes. Really, they only had the 1 inning where there was a little bit of traffic, and sometimes when you're rolling like that, just one runner can kind of get you out of the rhythm, and I thought that's kind of what that happened. But the only hit he gives up is off barrel. He punches 12. He only walks 1, hits a couple guys. But just an outstanding performance from Cade, and that's what you're hoping to get on Fridays.
Your prediction, along with Coach Heller's, was spot on today. The starting pitcher for Northwestern didn't make it very long. That wasn't their plan anyway.
Yeah.
And then saw several arms from Northwestern. How did you view your offense today?
Well, I just think they're never the easiest. They're never the easiest games to hit, right? They're kind of all over, and then they'll spot up. They're guys you don't prepare a ton for because you're really thinking about, the guy throwing tomorrow plus a couple of relievers that have been good out of the pen. So your focus isn't necessarily on these type of guys, and they haven't thrown as much, and so you just don't have as much data and information. But overall, I thought really the only time we got in trouble, I thought we gave in to what they were doing. We weren't quite as disciplined. I thought that in the first inning, a kid was struggling. We swing 2-0 after he had thrown 6 straight balls. We ground out. Gable swings at the first pitch. So just think those are the types of things you can get caught up in and lead to that kid extending out. But overall, guys did a good job. We took what they give us. I think they've walked us 11 times or something like that. Couple big hits. Andy had a big hit. And we just stayed disciplined, with runners in scoring position, which you need to do on guys that maybe just aren't commanding the strike zone as well.
Felt like the guys were productive with 2 strikes and 2 outs today, Coach.
Yeah, absolutely. Had a bunch of 2-out RBIs again. So, I'm not going to lie. Like, going into this game, this is the game that makes you uneasy for what I just talked about, right? They're just not guys you prepare a lot for. They're punting essentially, given where their pitchers are at. They really believe in the guy throwing tomorrow. They have a couple relievers. They just know that to cover 3 games probably doesn't make a lot of sense. You look at a guy like Cade throwing for us, and they're like, you know what, he's gonna be tough to score runs off of. So let's not use our guys. So to me, the game starts tomorrow,
sure.
Right? Like and. Hats off to our guys. They did a great job. They did what they should do today, but you're a little uneasy about it. But tomorrow as the game starts, right? Their best guy going. They have 2 left-handers out of the pen. They've used really effectively and have been effective. They TBA'd Sunday, so that'll probably depend on who comes out of the pen tomorrow. But they have some quality guys that they didn't use today, and so that'll be the challenge tomorrow. It'll be a better version. They're not going to give us as much, from the free base standpoint, or at least these guys haven't. So it'll be more about, timely hitting, being able to execute, some things that we didn't have to do as much today just because of all the free bases.
Look forward to a better start from Aaron Savory tomorrow after he's been kind of out of sorts with the moving of the schedule last weekend.
Yeah, and you think about him and Reese, they both have kind of been a little out of sorts with just moving up, and Aaron especially was up 2 days. Reese was up 2 days as well. And so now you got kind of a normal rest to try to get him going. We need to get him back to, certainly where he was early in the year. And, for me, we've talked a lot about we haven't had long starts out of either one of those two the last 2 or 3 times out there. So that's what we need. We need to get back to some length with those guys, get us into the 6th, maybe the 7th. And then it's just a lot easier on your bullpen getting, 9 outs as opposed to, 15, 18 outs. That's when it becomes awfully difficult. So that's what we're hoping out of him. Certainly, they're going to be happy to see another guy on the mound that doesn't, isn't number 33.
Yeah.
So you're going to get a better version of that offense. And so we got to be ready to go to match that intensity. They are very well coached, and they play hard. So you're gonna have to be able to step up to the plate tomorrow, be ready to go, because they're gonna get after it.
All right, looking forward to it, Coach. Congrats on the win today.
Thank you.
Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland on our post-game show from Miller Park in Evanston. Plenty of highlights. Let's relive them now. Ben hits on the ground, left side. That's through into left field. Rogers comes down the line to score. Swales around third. Here's the throw. He is safe. Safe at the plate. Northwestern immediately wants to challenge. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Ground ball, left side. It beats the shift and gets through into left. 1 run is in. Wilmus around third. He'll score with no throw. 3 straight singles by Iowa hitters. Risley adds to it, sends one up the middle for a base hit. Mitchell around third. The throw goes into third as Mitchell scores. Moore is safe at third base. Risley slides into second. 5-0 Hawks. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Strike 3 called. Mills entirely overmatched in that at bat as Cade strikes out the side. Markinson, very low strikeout rate. The 1-2. Chop to the right side. Tough play. Obermuller off the mound. Race to the bag, and he beats Markinson there. Athletic play from Obermuller. He hits this down the left field line. It is fair and into the corner. Swales jogs home. Nelson into second with a stand-up double. 6-0 Hawks. 3 balls and a strike. The pitch to Mitchell. High chopper, hit on the ground, right side. Going to be a tough play. Second baseman is there. Throw to first, not in time. And Fornes was off the bag anyway. Nelson comes down the line to score. Effort and hustle from Mitchell to beat it out. And the 2-1. Risley lines into right field for a base hit. Nelson scores, and it's an RBI single for Miles, who drove it to right. Just what you need to do on a pitch that's low and outside. Cade set with the 1-2. Strike 3 called. Forget anything I said there. Fastball, how you doing at 94? Obi's ready. He kicks. He fires. Swing and a miss. He got him. Career high. 12th strikeout. And the Hawkeyes slam the door on Northwestern. A 12-1 winner in 7 innings. How about those Hawkeyes? Dominant performance today for Iowa. A 12-1 winner in 7 innings as the Hawkeyes run rule the Wildcats to open the series. We'll be back here tomorrow at 12:30 pregame coverage. First pitch at 1 o'clock as Iowa will go for the series win a day early over the Wildcats. Heck of a performance by Cade Obermuller today. A 7-inning gem, allowing just 1 hit as the Hawkeyes take care of business and beat Northwestern this afternoon. We'll be back. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll wrap things up. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
When the game goes into overtime, but the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Get a great deal on select Kubota equipment. The BX Series is the #1 selling subcompact tractor in the U.S. The versatile lineup is built to help you make the most of your land. Right now at participating dealers, get a Kubota compact tractor for $0 down, 0% APR for up to 60 months. Plus, save up to $1,500 on select equipment. Now through September 30th, see us or go to KubotaUSA.com/disclaimers for full disclaimer.
Check out Kubota's winning lineup. Visit KubotaUSA.com to find your local dealer.
All right, that'll do it for our coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball today. Iowa beats Northwestern in the series opener 12-1 in 7 innings. We're back with you tomorrow, 1 o'clock first pitch, 12:30 on the Hawkeye Radio Network. From a great board op down the line, Michael, excellent job as always. I'm John Leo saying so long from Miller Park in Evanston. Every day's a great day to be a Hawkeye. Some are just a little bit better than others. So long, everybody.
Play ball! It's college baseball season, and we're here to talk about it.
Every week, join Kyle Schassberger and me, David Kahn, as we deliver the best of college baseball.
We've got all the diamond talk you can imagine, with interviews from coaches, players, broadcasters, and more.
Plus, we'll give you our weekly rankings, hot takes, and a whole lot of fun.
Step into the batter's box, so let us deliver our best fastball.
Wherever you podcast by searching College Sports Now.
Every day, you're out there, up before the sun, and pushing forward before the chaos of the day settles in. At Great Southern, we're right there with you because we understand the need for trusted support. Having a team that is seasoned, agile, ready, an award-winning team that knows their customers personally and is behind them at every step. There to assist you, inspire you, and echo your inner dialogue in those quiet moments. Keep going. Whether you're getting ready to meet the day or working on something big, we're your team. Great Southern Bank, understanding what really matters. Member FDIC.
Iowa Hawkeye Baseball has been brought to you by Iowa Corn. You might think Iowa just grows corn, but the truth is corn grows Iowa. Brought to you by Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit ialottery.com for details. Mid-American Energy. Call 811 before you dig. It's the law. Visit midamericanenergy.com for natural gas safety tips. U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. U.S. Cellular, built for us. Also brought to you by Wellmark, here for every member, every moment. Learn more at wellmark.com. U.S. Bank, proud to sponsor the Iowa Hawkeyes. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.